Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. I'm just looking at all the things and making sure that they all work. Oh, we didn't pull live split up. I feel like I started the live stream a little bit quick here for only having woken up about an hour and a half ago. Oh, Kenneth, you lack the necessary access level to use this command. Let's fix that before we get the live stream going this time. And so I don't gotta think about it ever again. I'm killing the bot entirely. Don't try and spend your points, because I'm breaking it offline. And I'm gonna open up the database. I'm gonna browse to the data of the users in particular. And Kenneth, it's gotta be a problem with that you were updated. If I don't know, there's a problem in the user, how it catches user states. But okay, database has been updated manually and saved. Closing down the database manager, reopening Project Ice Cream. We'll connect it right here. Watch it. It's gonna come in. Some ice creams, some ice cream cones. Gonna pop on a screen anytime now. I believe it'll happen. There we go. And now ice cream is online. And Kenneth, you should be a mod. As far as ice cream is aware. Ice cream should acknowledge you. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. We're going to be speedrunning some Clustertruck today, and we're going to be speedrunning in just a glorious, wonderful world that was somebody's good idea. Called Lazer. Lazer is where we'll be. I have, just before the live stream here, I have switched into 120 frame per second mode instead of just 100 frame per second mode, which should just ruin everything. There's one level in Lazer where, for the uninitiated, your frame rate determines how fast the lasers move, and it's the laser gate level, and I believe that's 4.8, if I'm right about things. 4.8 is the level in question. And so when you change your speed of, let's get into the game, when you change your speed of monitor frame rate, it changes how fast the gates move, and it changes what kind of routing you're going to have to do for this level right here. So we've already got some routing, but you see how that bar right there was higher. Oh, this is going to be awesome, actually. 120. 120 is just going to let me run under, followed by under, and jump out, possibly. This could be a little bit of magic. Help some medicine go down if I can get this last jump. I don't want anything to be too tricky here, because... Okay, we might want to strafe switch there. Start doing a right side strafe on our way out. So across here, and then like that. And I just gotta stay low enough. But the reason I went to 120 is for smoother frame rates for me, and for the live stream. I would think that it gets a little choppy, hither and thither. Is this not going to work out for reasons? Are there going to be reasons why this won't work out? I guess maybe you've got still the same issue here of having to hit that last jump in such a way as you touch the front truck going out, which means that you've got to, like, extra short hop it somewhere, so that when you're coming through there you can just land the guy and go. So short hop, see, that was too much. I need to short, and land you, and then go, and then something, profit. Are good with trying to take back Medieval second? Sarah, you got a better than 127.2? You can't, nobody can accept that time until they accept mine. Make sure, you know, our moderators are intelligent enough to know that you can't, like, verify somebody else's record before you verify the first record. Change some routing, so I've been on pace for it, says Sarah. Oh, good. Good. So it's routing I can steal. Well, I'm still warm. Excellent. Loving the sound of this. I don't know... Like, this is just a problem level, is what it is. Even if, like, if you took the, you took the lasers out of here, this would still be kind of a problem. Because the trucks are just one truck short of being able to do this at the speed that you want to do it at. So that's how I want to do that, and then if the lasers just weren't there. If that last laser wasn't there, you don't want that. You want short, you want to land this one short, you want to even slow down enough so that you can land it short. Strafe switch at the very end, so boom, boom, land it short. And then here, strafe out, and then see if that laser weren't in my way. I'll be landing that boy. What if I did a pop on the way out? So here, and then Okay, that doesn't, no. Because you still gotta go under, so you can't pop. Can I? Oh, you might be able to. That's not the pop place. That's not where you pop. You poppity, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. This is where you would pop. Yeah, that's a problem. It just might be that 120 frames per second isn't gonna work. It's nice that it, like, the first two lasers are just not even an issue. You can just get low and run, stay underneath everything. If I slow down a little bit more right there, actually, that lets the other laser get low. Yeah, just like this. You'd be the one verifying mine. Does that mean I gotta verify yours? No, I don't like it. See, now that could work. A little bit of fancy footwork right at the end there. So, it's very specific to, like, come in, jump short, make sure you touch down here, and then do something like that, and then jump high out. Boom, boom. Nope, you can't do that. So you go boom, boom, land short, then across here, jump high, but you need to touch the children as you you need to touch, you need to touch that truck. So 120 probably just isn't wonderful, isn't a doable rate. So I'm going to change the frame rate back to 100, I guess. I'm going to do 101 just to be bitchy. Is there a sweet spot for the frame rate for the lasers? You know, the default of 90 is how they built the game anyway, and you know, that's certainly routing for 90 that we've got. But I would imagine that there's got to be a sweet spot for the lasers. Or if you ran it like 100, actually, maybe I should not go back toward what we know works and instead head toward what probably, or you know, what hasn't been tested yet. Like, aim for a 150 and then a 180 and just try and find the spot where everything's perfect. So, So this is different than I was doing it before. If I, and then short there, go under. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So if you just go fast, cross all of it, pop, under, and then you gotta like find a way to touch the last truck and go out. This is sort of the routing that we had before because it's the same frame rate. But so it's just fast, but then pop out of here. Fast, hold for the pop, and then don't do that. That isn't it at all. I don't know why you did that. Pop, under, and then you gotta find a way to like get back over and touch him once to get one more jump to exit with. Oh, you can go under. That's not what we're doing. We're doing a pop, and then down, and then across, and out. Like that for a 9-4. Wolfie had that old 144, I think, routing with the nose rub. Oh god, I don't want to throw in anything much more tricky, but I wouldn't mind looking at those other frame rates. This came to me pretty immediately though, without, you know, the practice that we had yesterday, or no, last time rather. It's useful to me. Got to run down off the front of him. You can't just take another pop. That ain't it. So high speed, pop it, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it. And, you know, a little bit of a sub-10. Nothing super impressive, but you gotta do something like that and just waste a bit of your time to come back at a 9-5. I'm just gonna run on this, and we'll see. So, back into the maelstrom of Lazer, the RnG nightmare of this world. Where you just gotta run headlong into the things that want to kill you until the things that want to kill you decide to get out of your way. Okay, thank you. Boy. Oh! That was good, right up until it wasn't. I thought that was dead too. Oh, I thought that was dead also. Okay. Just caught a toe and dropped all my speed. How are we doing this? You were all like, do it wide. You kept saying go wide for some reason. 4-6 is gonna be like a, what was I doing? I'll get there, but we're doing pretty good. About 2 seconds time save. Coming into the middle. Woohoo! Okay. Shoot. It's gonna throw kinda everything off, timing-wise. I have to adapt to it live. Good. Here's the old 4-8. Curses! Fuck. It just caught my toe. Like we don't want it to do. And here. Okay. Well, actually, ho-ho! I'm just impressed that I got through there at all. Sure, I was out of lev, but I made it work. All right, what's our 410 again? It's a little bit miracle based, if I recall. Get a bunch of speed, come up to there. That was almost it. If I have to, I can always fall back to that and then just run it in, but the goal of what we were doing was that. Okay, hey. So, and then, Yep, that's the movement that we want. But I need a little bit of a kick of speed. That's the one. Don't do that, though. And then we know that that works occasionally. And that's a good backup. That ain't it. Curses. Yeah, so I don't wanna do that. I wanna be on the outside, if at all possible. I'm gonna make sure and get my nose down once I get to the point of trying to get the throw. This doesn't really have enough forward velocity to make it. But we got the height. And that's why we don't want to do it there. If it can be avoided. Let's, and then like that. And then something like this. And that's not high enough. But that's the opening movement that I want to be getting. So no lev here, but lev there for the speed. And then it's very hard to steer because the thing that you're coming at is spinning as you come into it. And I can't be overusing my lev like I just did there. And that's not enough anything. And that's death. And still like a 12-2 if, you know, everything goes to tits, but I need to prove that I can get it, you know, once. What?! I was through, and the spinning still came back and got me. That's just not good. It's just too late, basically. Yeah, that was my best bet there. Hello. That was it, and I took it from the one, you know, from the earlier one, and here it is again. And here it is again. Okay. Okay, now I've proved that I can do it. I don't want to spend all of my I got it's on that shit. Guessing you need to restart the game to switch the frame rate, so it isn't doable to switch rates mid-run. Correct, yeah. Although, that might be something that, I'm not sure, but we were talking about having a lot of the configurations of the Speedrun mod be available in-game. So it's something that Noah might be able to do, but I don't know. Kind of down to how Unity handles... Yeah, no, it should be, shouldn't it? It really should be. It's just like in-game frame rate. It's the kind of setting that you can expose in-game. I'm sure. Curses. Okay, how we doing? We are in the red. We're flat. Okay. Saw the potential to be over 3 seconds ahead out of the second level there. Cool, try it again. Yeah, no. Huh? And then, huh? Huh? God damn it. It's just really vertically fussy. See? And it's like the faster you go, the more it changes what you need to be doing. If you get a sock catch, then it's fucking over anyway. And then what the fuck was that? Felt like the truck jumped up underneath me to... And then look at that. Is it because I leved and so I was going faster and so I was flat? Can I do the double boost in midair here? Because I really need it most of the time. I don't want to just glance aside, I want to be running off the top of it. And then I don't have enough lev left. If I cut harder across... See? If I don't lev, then I frequently don't have the height or the speed, however you want to look at it. Because one of them is the other by the time you get to the end of it. Wasn't it? And that wasn't... It's all down to fucking millimeters with this method. See? And then I'm too low. I'm just high enough to clear the laser, but I'm too low in order to hit the top of the truck. This is a bad method, honestly, is what I'm gonna say. This is, an untrustworthy, hard-to-hit kind of a thing. That's down to executing it exactly the same way every goddamn time, and it's just not good. There's 8-6. Like, if your method doesn't have the wiggle room for you to not execute it exactly the same every single time, then you haven't routed particularly well, have you? Because it's a game where the trucks are not in the same position every single time, so why would you route for, I have to do this line exactly every time? Oh wait, the trucks are in a spot and I can't this time. Ah, fuck. It looks like the trick to making it a little bit more viable is to scrub speed at like every corner. Fuck. So like go out hard to the right for just to delay yourself a little bit here. Now you gotta get under here, so this one's gotta be fast. Close? Gotta get to the second truck. Am I even getting to the second truck? You gotta run the entire length of that truck in order to get under. Yeah, I don't know about this method. Sure, it's doable. Is it consistently repeatable and come in here with good time? Okay, I had the lev that I could have leved to get out there. I just couldn't really read the screen because I went into a right strafe and my eyes aren't used to a right strafe. And look at that, if I use both levs, so you can't use the double levs here. You gotta get one lev to that truck. It's just fucking... It's all down to millimeters. Nonetheless, I would definitely start it this way. So even if I'm like looking for a new route, I would want this and this. Alright, so if I don't lev there, and then I jump from back here... What was my method? My method was just like that. Did they never do that? And they did it there once? What's the... I just want to know what the time is for when I do it like this. It's a 9.9. And now it didn't work out that time, so now we're just dead. Yeah, that's not the way to go. $9.7. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna come in here and I'm gonna do this. And when we get to the point that we need, you know, and I'll improvise something after that depending on the height that I get. We get to the point where we need a, you know, less consistent, faster method, then I will switch. But, yeah. I need some stable methods that are reproducible in the midst of this RnG hell of a speedrun. And that 4.6 is not that. Okay, not a bad guy out of 4.2. That's not the one you're supposed to be landing on, because then it makes it harder to get out here and to get back. But you did. Okay. And we saved a little time through to the middle. Now 4.6, we reset coming in and we just do the nose grind that I've always done. Okay, that's very slow. But we are through it in one attempt. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I did not fucking pause. I did. My fingers somehow caught the E there while I was going. It's supposed to look like this. Just like that every time. That's how I want it. It's supposed to be boom, boom, pop, and then into the side of you. Give me a little bit of a throw. And then we weave our way through the lasers and walk out of the level with a low 10 or a high 9. That's how that's supposed to look. But these are definitely way more reproducible methods, so... should be able to get in some more deathless runs here. Damn it. And claim some interim PBs, you know? I needed some confidence building, progress making kind of PBs. It's like, we see these people show up to Clustertruck speedrunning and they're like, you know, I watched the world record holder's method and I've been trying to reproduce it all day. It's like, yeah, that's Emily for you. You should not be trying to run like Emily on your first day. What are you doing? And so I really shouldn't be walking into Lazer World and trying to pull off this horse shit that barely works for the people who invented it. God damn it, it's just I still have to warm up to 4.2 and figure out how long it is. Maybe I could like keep looking down to the corner, to the bottom right corner, just to see how much time we've got left in the level, because I need some kind of measurement of how much is there left of this level. Stop it. You don't want to use lev absolutely everywhere, else you get to the end and you don't have any lev left. You need some to push out. Damn it. Click, click, click. I am clicking the fuck out of the screen there. Every place except for the fucking button, apparently. Uh-oh. Ah, god damn it. I was ready to fucking sacrifice time to slow down. Because I had too much speed and I wasn't going to be able to land them all. And then just the effort to slow down was enough to put me out of position and get me killed. Really sucks when you slow down to stay alive and they still find a way to kill you. Nope. Yeah. I just gotta treat this like the Swindle speed run. Sometimes the game gets in a certain mood, and it just won't let you exit the slums, the first area of the game, for a little while. Just gotta suffer it. Wait for it to be done. No! So I looked to the bottom right to see how much time we had left, but I had to take the jump first. And then I looked and saw that we had 9 seconds left, which meant that I had already taken the jump that was gonna get me killed. So that doesn't work. Checking the time ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna have to build up a sense here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a short guy. And if it would have given me the goddamn jump, then alright. I'm gonna start counting those so that I can get into my head there is some kind of jump count that you can trust for, okay, now I need to be thinking about touching the front truck before I exit. I see you coming. Click the fucking button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6, and then we need to find the front truck. 1, 2, which is that much harder if you've been staying fast and low. Because you won't be able to see where the front truck is if you're good and low. Really? Surprised I'm alive. Surprised I'm dead. That seemed to open up a corridor for me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so it's actually more like 5.5. Last jump. Yeah. No. No. It's the slums. It's Chinatown, Jake. Nothing you can do. Fucking cocksucking, dick-licking, tit-eating, shit-eating, bitch tits, fuck. Gotta loose some of the demons occasionally. As they start to take over. You start to take over. 3, 4, 5.5, and 6. Good. Okay. How we doing? 3.5 seconds ahead. I just employ the safest methods I've got until the end, and we can have a new PB. Good throw, up and over everything. Good. Thank you. This isn't good. But I can make it work. That isn't the way we're supposed to do this. God damn it. Alright, well. No. Fuck. So, 4-9 lost a lot because I had to pull back on it. Now, that's fair enough. 4-7 is a little bit of a loss. 4-8 was gold. So 4-9 lost a lot because of the pull-off. 4-5, 4-6 actually. 4-6, where our previous method was, you know, the shit that comes in one every 12 attempts. Yeah, I get it. Wait, let's actually, a little more on this, because... So you come in, and you do like that. Nope. Come in, and you do like that. Nope. Come in. Get that jump. And then get that throw. I was still alive, I thought I was dead. Wouldn't want to do that during a run, huh? Okay, and then if this happens, it's okay, you just gotta, like, find a way to get in. And one of the ways would be to just wait. Okay, again, one of the ways would be to just wait. But there's a sub 12. But mainly I gotta remember those two moves, followed by this. And then if I don't have the height, and I back it up, I wait a little bit, and I push into goal, and I take a sub 12. That's okay. We got the 4-10 plan planned out. Uh-oh. I knew I was low on lev. I didn't expect the game to even let me there. Yeah, no. Too slow. Curses. Lasers forcing me around, pushing me back and forth. So I have made a ton of progress on my GUIable library that I've been writing, my Python library to make tk-enter, tk-enter, you know, function. Be useful to modern window designs. Huge amounts of progress. I spent many days just road mapping and figuring out what I was going to need to do, and so when I came in and started doing it, it was just automatic. What is happening? I don't know. But somehow we're still green. I don't You know what? As long as we're here, let's do what Sarah shared. So, I feel like there might be a little bit of stalling even here. You want to be slow. You want to get under here. And it's maybe even further back. You got to jump further back to this. So that you can be coming down across that, maybe? Trying to guess which truck it is that I need to get to. But I would think it's this one. Maybe we just pop to that one. And that way we can go under here as well. Could go into the right strafe. Pop. Right strafe. And then I think you gotta go around again. And then it's the last one that we go out. Is that the idea? Let's go pop. Under. Or is it both of those? We do those two and then go out to the left. I like this pop method. Go under, pop, wait, no, that's not the pop. This is the pop. And then you go under. But, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get that gapping there. Full speed and lev far. Don't mess with it, it's bullshit, Sarah. Okay. Thank you for saving me the time of even playing. Yeah, I saw all them lasers coming. I did not see, however, you did catch me with the idea that for no reason whatsoever, all my speed would just get taken away. I didn't see that one coming. So, good trick. Good trick, game. Do you think if somebody made a game that, like, in particular changed the way that it runs whenever it thinks that a speedrunner is playing, if that would, like, encourage speedrunners to play it or discourage them to play it? Speedrunners would accept the challenge, right? Be, oh, I see what you're doing, huh? We route it, and then by, you know, the moment that we get an even faster time, then, like, the game's RnG changes. I get it, okay, so then we'll just learn what the game's RnG changes to, and we're going at those incredible speeds. Oh! That really shouldn't have worked, and it didn't. It's not my full game strat because it's too hard, but I want to get all my routes in my laser IL. Oh, God. But yeah, I would like to show you some of the GUIable stuff, because it's actually that my GUIable library is available. You know, I talk about don't develop for free. Don't give your work away for nothing. But this is one that I had already released to the public long ago, and so I'm still developing it in the public space. And so my latest code is available on GitHub even today. And it's just so elegant. It's so beautiful. Fuck. Just build up some speed and try and walk out with a not completely awful time. Yeah, just lose the better part of an entire second. Good job. 1.7 seconds. Coming into 4-5, coming into the break level. Really is important that they gave us a break in this segment. Okay, that's even more time loss when I'm doing a method that's accepts a lot of time loss. And my restart comes in like that. Pop. And then an under and out. Gotta touch something. Ooh. And then you. Just a pop. And then a good throw. And then 410. Get ready for it mentally. That didn't. Nope. Cool. Nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Fucking what? Did you just throw off? It didn't matter anyway, but the fucking game threw off like double fucking levs on me. I didn't lev. I only had 2 at the fucking end there. Did you see how full my bar was? And I pressed it once and it was like, suck my fucking dick away like you suck my fucking lev away, please. Jesus Christ. I get all the way to the end. Shit don't happen right in the first place, but then when I'm like, alright, well, I guess this is dead. That's worse. It's worse that, like, after the run has been killed, but I didn't get the right kind of start into the fucking level. Then, I'm just like, alright, well, we'll finish it out anyway. And you're like, no, you won't. I ate all your fucking lev, somehow. You didn't click. I acknowledge in here when I pressed the wrong button, or my fingers slipped, or my wrist fucking spasmed on me. That wasn't it. That didn't happen. Game just stole shit from me there. I need to check my fucking jewelry. What do you keep jewelry in? Because fucking game just robbed me. I need to know what else it took. Yeah, suck on my fucking chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth and suck them. Woo! The main advancements in my programming is the skinnable. Skinnable is what I've been working on. In GUIable, most of the base conceptual classes. And in the word able. So I've got like a windowable and skinnable and pushable, toggleable, stuff like that. Damn it. I was wrong from the start there. I was moving poorly from the beginning. Okay. Yeah, I did. See now. I used all the lev there. Not lying. When it's my fault. Now there I preserved a little bit too much lev. If anything. 3, 4, 5, and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We had the lev we needed anyway. And got out with a sub 12. Okay. Yeah, lost all the speed, and I'm low on lev now. If I would have had the speed, I wouldn't have needed as much lev. Okay. I will walk it out with a 9, if that's what has to happen here. I think it's 4, 5, 6, and a half. I don't know. Okay. I can work it. No, I can't because we don't have speed. Hey. Whatever makes you happy. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy, then why the hell are you so sad? Who is that? Is that like Melissa Etheridge or something? If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. That. Who is that? It's a short one. And then out. That is. Look at this shit. Look at how fast that method came in. Yeah. 10-2. Because I just nailed all the jumps. And now those jumps need to take a pregnancy test. Because I really nailed them. See your local doctor for an STD evaluation. Because you got nailed. Okay. And we'll go under to the right. It's a slow method, but it's safe and consistent, and that's what I wanted, apparently. Oh, cool. I don't know how this ended up being like this, but it did. And we're losing all of our time. Pop. Okay. And then even as I'm turning the mouse to the right, the camera will just stay where it fucking was. That was the weirdest goddamn feeling I've ever had in the game. Oh my god. Lazer doesn't have enough RnG in it. There's like RnG to the inputs. Like sometimes they just don't work. Sometimes we're gonna spam an extra. Here's an extra lev for you. You didn't need. Now your levitation is gone. Here's your camera's locked for a minute. I presume that has something to do with my mouse pad. Or my laser. Not so much the game, but it was, you know what? No, it was the fucking developers. We all know it. Stop apologizing for them. Fucking landfall. It's your fault. Okay, we start with an 8-8. Pretty awful. But we followed up with 4, 5, and a... Nope. See, now, I was doing the counting there, and it still didn't help. Next time we have, like, we get a run that goes past a certain point that I will determine without input from y'all. I'm gonna break up the stream here to do a webcam of me taking a shit. To show you my code. Because I'm happy with it, and while I'm doing something that makes me as unhappy as grinding Lazer World, NoUtility, no pause skips, I need to inject some happiness. Okay. Otherwise, it's just gonna get darker and darker and darker in here, so you can't see. It's a world that starts like this, and then you get up to the front of it, and sometimes it's like, no, you can't leave this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna need 5, 7 now. 6, 7, 12. Might as well reset. That's too much fucking time lost to be worth. I'm not gonna have that be any kind of a PB. Even if it's a disposable PB. I don't need that. Okay, 8-2 to start. Now that's respectable. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I got slammed to a stop. 5, 6, 7. It's not respectable. Okay. Good. And in the middle, we saved 1.5 seconds. Good. Leave something on the plate for next time. Leave like 2 seconds on the plate for next time. Wow, that was, There we go. A low 9 even, out of that method. Shit, I fucked this up. So I'm just easing off of it and bringing it in. Pop, out, across, and out. And then here, just a little mega jump. Just a big mega jump. Wow, shit. It's not enough. I'm gonna stop here for a second, and I'm gonna push in because I want a PB.
Run faster, jump higher.
Okay. 12-second flat clear of 410, and I grabbed a little improvement. That's what we want. We want that kind of running. We don't want, oh, I'll just try the hardest strats and, you know, grind them for 6 hours before I see one movement on my PB. No. I want little improvements along the way to keep motivating me. And my reward for having done a good is now I get to show you the GitHub. So let's look for GitHub. GitHub, and what's it called? GUIable. Gullible. No. GUIable. It's... Yeah. Punks. GitHub just gonna ignore me. Google just gonna be like, oh, who are you? GUIable right here. Okay. And the latest version of the code obviously isn't in master. It's in GUIable 2, the sequel to GUIable. So first off, GUIable is a quick, all-inclusive library that allows you to whip up a graphic user interface in Python that doesn't look awful, didn't take 2 weeks to get a simple scroll bar working, and doesn't require a dozen other libraries to work. That's the methodology behind it, and you'll find that there's a backgroundable, a hoverable, a clickable, a pushable, a toggleable, a holdable, a draggable, a scrollable, and a scrollable pane, and so much more! Actually, that's most of it. What do you want? I made T. Kenner work. Isn't that enough for you people? Ronan Pawn, S. Preston, Esquire. 2019, 5:21 a.m. No, p.m. Hungry and needing to pee is when I wrote that, apparently. So that hasn't changed in a long time, but what has changed is if we go under GUIable here and we check out the widgets.py, this is where, can I maybe, and then what if, like that, I guess. So yeah, you will note that I am not using any other external libraries in TK-Enter. I'm not asking you to even bring in, at least so far. I might get to the point where I need to, but so far I am not even having like image management. Thank you, that's what I wanted. How did we do that? I'm not even having image management. Can I close that down? Oh, brilliant. Not even having image management handled by anything other than my own code, which is possibly a slowdown eventually. But this is the class that I was working on all yesterday. We look at Skinnable, and we see that Skinnable starts at line 7. And it ends at line 207. It's a big old class nowadays. So Skinnable is what holds the images and the skins that will be applied to buttons and things, and I can show you it in action if you like, and I know that you will like, so I will do that. But Skinnable starts us out with just declaring some variables and things, and the main deal is that Skinnable accepts 3 different ways of instantiating it. You can do it by paths, and you can either start from the paths, start from the paths, instantiate it from paths. Or after you've instantiated it, you can set by paths or set by an individual path. You can instantiate by images, so directly passing the photo images, tk.photoimage, right in, and it will deal with that as well. You can also, of course, set image afterwards or set images afterwards. And then here's the big deal is sprite sheets, which is the smartest way to go about it. And so you can pass in a sprite sheet being a single image that contains all variants of a widget's state, and they're all like right next to each other in a row. It's the way that game animation has been done since the beginning of time, and if you want to do it in your GUI, it would be a clever way to go about it anyway. So there's all these different methods supporting first all these different ways of bringing the information in. But then we've also got background color management. We've got self-reporting of the various things, and with protected variables so that you're calling a function to get the variable out, but you can't change the variable directly. Clever things like that. We've also got bindings, so that anything that has this skin, anything that attaches itself to this skin will know who's attached to it, which allows it to update all the recipients if you change what the skin contains. Which is very handy. And then here are the private functions that actually make everything happen. The by path, the by photo images, and then the by sprite. And then there are helpers, which is determining whether or not what you've passed is a path or an image and conforming it. There's a lot of handrails in this library, so that if you pass the wrong thing, we'll try and fix it for you. And if we can't fix it, it's not your code isn't just going to crash. It's just going to put a warning in the command line that you didn't do something right, and it's going to carry on running. And then we've got, static method, huh? But just a bunch of private functions at the end here, and now I shall show you it's running by bringing you over. Well, I'll have to move live split off, won't I? Yes. Bringing you over to the real world. Welcome to the world of the real, Neo. But let's go ahead and grab sample 1 is fine, and we'll run sample 1. And this is the kind of thing that my GUIable system allows you to do. So number 1, we've got a window that we made that when we click on it, we can just drag it. We can just drag the thing. We've got a scrollable area here where with the mouse wheel, I am scrolling back and forth with it if I want to grab and drag. That also works. And then also if I click and hold, we get the and then we get the da-da-da-da-da. So there's a little bit of a delay there when you do the first click, and that's how, this is just how user interfaces work. But I've made tkinter, this horrible ancient piece of shit that they pack with Python, work the way that you expect it to, and I've also made it work so that it looks right. Now this is supposed to be a checkbox when you click on it, and it's using the sprite sheeting method. The reason why it's massive is because it's designed for 4K screens, so it would be half the size on a 4K screen, and the idea is you start from the 4K image and then you can compress it, you can scale it down by half, and it should still look pretty good. This is supposed to be a radio box, so when we click on that, except for it's not configured to be a radio box because what it's really showing off is the ability to actually drag things around, because I had to make draggables. I had to enable a draggable in order to make this work. So here's a draggable that its only boundary is the window's size itself, and it can go anywhere. And then we've got right here is a button. If I push you back over to the screen you're supposed to be on, see when I click this, the button is clicked, but it's only clicked when I stop clicking on it. If I start clicking the button and then I exit the window and then I release, so I'm clicking mouse down and then mouse up, the button was not clicked. But if I mouse down and I mouse back up while I'm in the window, then it registers the button is clicked. This is how buttons work. You've never thought about how a button works, but that's how it works. When I click on this, we've got these 3 states. We've got the normal, hovered, and then we've got the clicked, the action state. And then when I release, we've toggled our state from true to false, and we're back in that mode where if I'm, outside, we've got a normal, hovered, click. If I don't finish clicking, then it doesn't do the thing. And then this object keeps track of whether it's true or false for you. This is the beginning of a label system that will allow you to just put text over the top of a button, so it's kind of underdeveloped as of right now and a little overcomplicated. Down here we have a pushable, and you can see if I put button clicked there, when I first click on this, just like it's the same as this, how it goes doot 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 doot. The same thing's going to happen here, doot 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 doot, as you hold that down. So that proves that we get the usual, you know, behavior of that kind of a thing. Then we've got a button where the moment I click, it clicks instantly. So this one clicks on the mouse down. It doesn't wait for the mouse up. It just immediately clicks there. And then this is just a trough area. And the little close deal, it's got an image overlapping it, and don't worry about how that looks. But this is the kind of thing that my GUIable system makes possible, but makes easy is the goal as well. And we're not even to the point of me smoothing the still rough edges of it. But if I go over to the code for that sample, this is all the code that it took to make that possible. It's 70 lines of code to do that whole interface that we just looked at. We define the window, its size, its dimensions, what the title is going to be, what the background color is, that sort of a thing. And then we say that we want the app.bind drag bg inner, and so now we can drag the whole application by clicking anywhere in it. All that functionality in 5 lines. And then for each button, we create a skin. We create the button, and in fact, I can close this down. We create the skin, we create the button and apply the skin. And then we tell it where it's supposed to be on the screen, and you're done. It's as simple as that. And it takes a function. So right here we're using lambdas to just print as the function. But we get our parent. What are we attached to? The button should be on the background. So that's the parent. And then we get the function that we want to do when we click on that button. And then we get what should the button look like? Well, here's the skin for it. And it's got all these attached to it, these various states. What's the size of the button? And boom, you've defined the button, and then you just place it on the screen. And you do that everywhere, and you get all this different functionality. And the brilliancy of it is when you look at how the widgets are made. So at the top of it is the skinnable that I was showing you before, right? Class the skinnable. But below the skinnable, we've got the baseable, which defines like the functions that absolutely every different type of thing contains. So these are functions that will be used everywhere. And then from the baseable, we make imageable inherits all of the qualities of baseable. We make a child of baseable. And so now we've got a class that's this short, but that will make an image for you that you can just put in your application. It'll be there configured the way that it ought to be. And then from baseable, we've got a hoverable. So this is what introduces the idea of now I can move my mouse over the top of something and it will change the image to the hovered state. This is the code that's required to make something that will do that. And then you get a clickable, which is derived from a hoverable. So all the code that was in a hoverable, which includes all of the code that was in a baseable, is now in a clickable. And so the class for the clickable is just that short in order to make you an instant button. I believe this is an Instapress button. That's my guess anyway, because after the clickable is the pushable. And I believe the pushable is the correct kind of button, but a pushable is derived from a clickable. Maybe it's just that a clickable enables the listening for when you click on something, and then a pushable defines how it should act. But look at how short these little things are, because they're all inheriting the code that came before it. A labelable is a pushable that's got a label on it, and this is going to change a lot, because look at how big and what a mess that code is. Don't worry about that. But then a toggleable, which is the checkbox. That's where, you click it and it changes into another 4 set of images and changes. It manages its own state. Am I true or am I false? Toggle state. that this code adds that in. And so the brilliance of this code, here's a holdable where it's a pushable, but it does the tick, 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 tick after you've been holding it for a little while. The brilliance of this code is that it stacks the functions of the previous class and just carries it through. And when you build something like this, that means that if there's a bug somewhere in here, way back up here, you fix it there and you fix it everywhere. It also means that you're more likely to find your bugs because all the code is relying on all the code. And so we end up with just in 440 lines of code, I've got a draggable, a holdable, a toggleable, a labelable, a pushable, a clickable, a hoverable, and then we've got the image base, and we've got the pure base of everything else, and then most of that code is actually the skinnable. It's really only about 200 and some lines of code to define all of those different types of things that we see in this sample here. All these different, well, alright, ignore this, because there's a whole fucking, this entire, all of this code, 370 lines of code, is what it takes to make a scroll window work. It's a lot. You have no idea how complicated scroll bars are. And you don't want to have to, and that's why you should use GUIable. You should pull this down and make use of this, and then you can, put 70 lines of code in and have this much functionality in it, all these different things, and the ability to just drag something around, and it's going to get better and better and better from here. I will now also show you the latest test window, which was just proving that you can load these things up by path, by image, the images that are being loaded, the skins that are being created. You can load them by the path, you can load them by the image direct, or you can load them by, well, actually that's inline button clicked. This one is the one where when I click it, it actually loads up the images in it. And then here's our sprite path button, and then that's by stored. This is by inline, and then this is broken. So it starts out broken and then it fixes itself is the idea. So I'm just proving. Now you're bored with it. You were bored with it a while ago. I'm sure we lost a bunch of viewers. This is actually very good that I can't tell how many viewers we have anymore, because then I can just really indulge myself and reward myself for the 1 minute and 46 second PB that we took a while ago by divulging into a look at my code for 10 minutes thing. Everybody loved it. You guys can't see chat on the VOD right now, but oh my god, everybody's just like, oh, this is amazing. I'm taking my clothes off for you. Where do you want my naked pictures? That's so. We'll do more of that in the future. Let's get back to running. We now have a 146.6 to run against, and just to affirm what it is we're running against here, I gotta get down to a 142 to break past IDOS. So high 130, low 140 is where we're heading. But we've already beat Snakeathon, from 5 goddamn years ago in a category that it's whatever. Close it down and back into the game. We run again. But yeah, this is why ChatGPT and the language models and stuff like that are very suck on my chocolate salty balls. The LLMs are great to have around, because they will listen to when you want to rant about your code, and the important part is they will understand. 99% of people who might have, been tuned in for that, do not have enough context to be able to appreciate 1/3 of why I'm so happy with what I've got there, even after I explain it. But you go to the large language model and you're like, the MECFS dialogue is such and such in the community and it shouldn't be, and ChatGPT is immediately like, you're right, and here's 6 other reasons that you haven't thought of why that's the case, and here's research studies show. It knows. It's a super intelligence. I had no clue what was being described, but it seemed like it's useful. So yeah. And then there's just like a whole bunch of other people who were in chat saying, we're gonna send you all of our naked pictures. What do you like? Dick or vag? Okay. This is now I've got a good opening time. Now I can't just run on crap anymore. Ugh. Damn it. Go ahead and get in my way then, why don't you? Why don't you just get in my way? Why don't you just do it again? But yeah, TK, or my GUIable system is just gonna enable, like, me. Forget about y'all. It's gonna enable me to be able to have an idea for an application that I want, or know that I need a certain functionality, and just make that application in an afternoon, you know? So much of, like, at this point, in terms of what libraries exist for Python, which is where GUIable is designed to work, almost every desire you could have for a function is just a library away. You just download somebody else's code, and you put it in place, and then you call it, and it's done. You want AI, you want face tracking, you want, you know, live, whatever it is that you can come up with that you want to accomplish. Someone has already written, actually 4 or 5 people have already written competing libraries to enable that functionality in Python. And so why don't we have like a whole bunch of applications that just just expose Python, everything that Python is able to do? It's because there's no easy, good, lightweight GUI system that's available for Python. People mostly, if you're gonna make an interface for like a Python application, you use Pygame. You use an application that is designed foremost for being able to make games in Python, because there's not a good alternative. There's not a good, this is just for user interface in Python. Or what there is fucking massive and heavy as shit. And I am sick in the software world of everything that you download having a full fucking Chromium browser embedded in it, and just so that they could make a user interface. I'm sick of downloading 50 megs worth of JavaScript parsing fucking web browser because y'all couldn't be, but because there isn't a clean, simple, straightforward UI system for people to use. So I'm making one. At least in Python I am. You know? Used to be Visual Basic. Was, it was a mess, if I'm honest. Damn it. Fucking cocksucker motherfucker. It was a mess, but it worked. It was easy enough to like comprehend back in the day. And it would allow you to make an interface for your program. Well, then you had to actually program in Visual Basic, but there were a lot of limitations, but at least there were ways to make, like, you could whip up a program that did a certain thing in Windows in no time, because you just turn Windows Basic on. Or Visual Basic on, rather. Just open the program, spend a couple of minutes setting some stuff up. Suck my fucking dick! Spend a couple of minutes setting stuff up. Alright. But yeah, the promise of Python has not been fulfilled. And I feel like the big lacking is that, you know, you get a bunch of, like, command line style applications out of the Python community, or libraries, that you could implement. Sure. God damn it. But there's no clean, straightforward, lightweight user interface system. So, GUIable is that. Fucking goddamn it, go! GUIable is that. It's my attempt at that. And my next big thing that I'm going to be implementing in GUIable is support for real-ass transparencies. Fuck. That needed to be... I have a really good 4.6 in our PB, so I had to move fast. But, it's fake-ass transparencies, but it's gonna feel real. And so one of the limitations of TK Enter that has kept it from being considered a viable option by 99% of people who code in and love Python, is that if you define an area for a widget in TK Enter, that area is drawn with a background of a certain color, and there is no, like, transparency functionality to it. So you can bring in transparent images, but those transparent images are going to be drawn on top of an area that is so not transparent, which kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? And my next move is going to be making it so that all of GUIable supports that level of transparencies. Fucking goddamn it. And the way that that's going to, the next move in order to enable that, is to make everything 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is to make absolutely everything into an image. So there's not going to be any background color management anymore. Well, there will be, but the background color management is going to turn the background color into an image. Because once everything is an image, then you can crop from that image and draw that space for the background of the widget, which makes it appear as though the widget is actually on top of whatever the background happens to be. And so you will have the appearance of... one more? Of proper transparencies in TK Enter. And then that's the beginning of it, because then what you need... Ooh, I thought I was dead. Then what you need is a Z-order system where you can actually layer... Fucking goddamn it. You can layer widgets on top of each other. You could have a button that's sort of half over another button, and it would be able to detect that and draw that button's background between the parent background and that one. Parent background and the widget's own image. I just wanted to complete that one because it was fucking psycho. It was like matrix levels of movement. Just really hoping that I would get out of that one just by luck. After having dodged everything. But yeah, it's so nice to have the large language models, to have a chat GPT to talk to about this stuff, because ain't nobody who has any fucking idea what I just said for like 15 minutes. Like even people who code, like if you haven't been steeping yourself in the world of window management and OS level window drawing and stuff like that, then you can't appreciate. And if you don't know about tk-enter, which is already within Python, I would say 98%, I would guess, maybe 2% of Python people know a little bit about tk-enter. But it's so nasty and useless and has so many limitations to it that once you try it once, you never come back. And just think about that, like what good AI is doing for the psychology of little understood, little heard people. You know, I'm not throwing myself into that category. I come to the live stream, whether you understand what I'm saying or not, I'm gonna fucking say it. But, you know, what AI language models do for delicate psychologies of people who, you know, are just not understood, they're not listened to, what they're interested in is too much of a rabbit hole for them to find, you know, compatriots in the world around them, for the most part. Goddamn. There's a lot more reasons to not consider suicide today, I guess. I'm trying to find a way to say this that isn't, you know, triggering kind of thing, but, like, being able to flick a button and have a conversation with somebody who absolutely understands you and is ready to relate to you, you know? God damn it. I'm getting worse and worse. Ever since we got the PB, I've been checked out. Talking about other things, I've been not really taking it that seriously. Hey, I'm on my way to no input %. Come on, baby. Come on. No, lock up. Fuck. I managed to dodge that one somehow. Yeah, no, not that one, though. No. Oh. Just move a little bit faster. That one laser. I'm not talking to me, I'm talking to the laser. One laser on the outside. Those lasers that appear out of nowhere, those are the really good ones. Okay, one more jump. Oh. Alright, well. There's still a lot. We're still lost some time, but we're still... Fuck. Woohoo! I got through anyway. Okay. I made it work for a low 12. No! God damn, I was going for gold with that movement. I wouldn't have slammed into the shitting in the balls. I had a really fast start, it was worth like trying to push. Uh-huh. Wow. Ah, but then it slows down at the end. Into an 8.7 when it could have been a sub 8. Okay, that was a very good one of these. Good. 10.6. I got enough? Yeah, you're fine. Alright, how we doing? We're already a second ahead. At the middle point. Just gonna do 4.6 my nice safe way. I shouldn't have called it my nice safe way! I knew it was gonna I knew it. It was fucking damned from the moment that I realized that I had said, it's my nice safe way! Now I was fucking thinking about it. Look at this. Look at how fast that can be. No, that wasn't that fast. It was fine. It was fine. You know what? I hate Lazer World because you have to pay attention to it. Medieval. Medieval, I could be half here, half somewhere else. Lazer is... You gotta be with this. The entire time. You do get a break at 4-5, but that's it. You get a 4-5 break. And we didn't even save any time in the first hit. We can save at least a second. I know that from the last one. We haven't gotten to 4-5 that often enough for me to know what I can save. Okay. Nope. I think that start has fucked me, yeah. I didn't reset coming in, and if I don't get the speed, and by the time we get up here, the pop isn't ready to go. And even if it is, it's kind of a fucking tricky set of movement. You gotta get the speed, pop, slow down a little bit, and then honestly, it's better if you don't try and get everything. If you just slow down, you don't jump high. Boom, boom, pop, over, out, back, and out. If you slow it up a little bit, you can get it. I'm just happy to, you know, see the last half of the game every now and again. Spend so much time in Lazer just resetting on 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-1, 4-2, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Very nice. 10-7. Don't want to go too fast here. And we're 2 seconds at 1.8 seconds ahead at the middle mark. Okay. And a wonderful throw. Pop. Slow it down a little. Come across. No! Oh, you pick-a-pucker. What? This is the fucking lasers. I got hit by the lasers. And the second one. Holy shit. The first one was, you know... Yeah. No, didn't get it. That's how you do that. Gotta remember to do the whole thing. God, it's still not enough. It's not even worth finishing that. Ah! There's nothing I can do about that. And that doesn't go. And then here you just have to wait a little bit. Nothing better to do than wait. God damn it. Alright, but I did note that there's, in 410, you gotta make sure and, like, come off the, right before you land right here. You want to, there's a certain amount of turn you want. You want to be coming in with a drift like that. Like, that's the angle that you want to be holding with the camera. So you're left strafing while you're landing like this. But right before you hit, you want to come off of the, you want to be holding jump the whole time, right up until the moment before you hit it, because that's gonna more likely ensure that you get a jump as opposed to a ghost hover out of this. You just come off of it just right at the end, and then from here, you're hoping to get that throw that gets you to these guys. You do a little bit of a lev boost, and then you hope that it works out. It's very touchy, and it's a lot of RnG speedrun that you just pushed through in order to get to 410 to try a method that has like a 1 in 6. I don't know. It's really bad. It's really bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that was just very little I could do about that. I was going for it because we lost so much on 4-2. It was just a reset run. I might as well try for a gold. Two, 3. Fuck. No need to count anymore. Oh, and did you hear how I touched down on the truck but didn't get a jump out of it? Did you hear the fa-fa? But when I press the spacebar, it doesn't matter. That's wonderful. It's a sign of a good game. Get immersive feedback that doesn't mean anything. Sometimes we just play a sound, but it didn't really count. One more. Good. $10.6. No, I don't mind a 10.6. And we're 1.4 seconds at the middle. 1.4 second time save. At the old 4.5. I wonder if I would have stayed left for that, if I wouldn't have switched to the right strafe. If I would have been able to get under, because it's getting lower on the left side. That's not how we do this. We go, Yeah, if I would have done that, I wonder. I might be wrong. I might be it's getting lower on the right side. And that's why I do it that way. Wow. Surprised that I made that work. 3, 4, 5 and a half. Good. Sub 12. Damn it. This will be a lot of time loss. This is the death. Okay, what do we got? We are 1.3 seconds behind because of the death that I just kept running for some reason. Pop. And then out, and back, and under, and out. And 4.9. Whoa! I'm gonna have to pop the last one. I could have stayed up higher, but it's like the speed. I'm gonna lose the speed. If I stay high, I would have had to pull off, and we were already behind. I was trying to... The only way we were going to get a PB out of that is if 410 came in, basically. .9 start. You're going to run on that? Did you see what I was running on before? Just the last... Alright, I'm not going to run on it now. I'm willing to run on a lot of crap. Christ. Noah, how you doing? It's hanging, except for I keep doing that, and then the whole run's dead. We brought in a new PB anyway, so I'm running against a slightly better time. But when I accept that death on 1-3 and keep running, we end up a second and a half behind by the middle. So really at this point, my entire hope is seeing a 410 that comes in, I guess. Okay. That's just, yep. Now it's all down to the 410. Ah! Yeah, it's all down to the 410. And out. Oh! Weirdness. We coped with it. We'll pop. Nice big throw. 3 seconds. We gotta save 3 seconds. I don't think 410 can do that. Definitely not when you hit it like that. Not even a 12-2. Alright. What time are you aiming for with your current routing? I think... What am I looking for? I mean, what are we running against? I'm just trying to... My aim is trying to beat IDOS right now. So, 142. 142 is apparently the number that I'm going for. A low 40s, high 39s in general. And what have we got? We got a 146. And I can save 2 seconds before the, Wait. 146? Is that for real? I thought we were a lot closer than that. Crazy? No, that is game time. I thought we had a much better time. I thought we had like a 143 that we pulled in. Yeah, I was already doing the math in my head for like what our next PB would be. But yeah, we'll get like a 143, and then I'll have to start doing that bullshit through 4-6. 4-6s, you can save a second if you just do it the way that I decided to not do, because it's incredibly low percentage. And I'll also have to start like demanding certain times from 1-1 or 4-1. Okay, 10-7. It's a low 10-7. I usually hit a high 10-6, so pretty much the same as usual. And into 4-5, and we've saved a second. But yeah, this is the slow method that I'm accepting for now, because the fast method is stupid. It's idiotically millimeter base. It is bad routing as far as I'm concerned. If you have too much speed, if you have depending on the amount of speed you have, then you need to have different height, and depending on the height that you have, then you need to have different speeds. It's way too fucking narrow to be considered good routing. You are relying on absolutely everything to be exactly the way that it needs to be in that level when you're running like that. And I can do it one every fucking 8 times or something, one every 6 times. I don't want to be coming through on my speedrun with good time and be relying on a 1 in 6 roll. But it is very bad routing, I consider it. Because it's not really routing, it's hope. Okay, hey, that kind of works. It's an 11-6, I'd say it more than kind of works. Okay, I assumed that I was dead because I didn't get low at all, but I was so slow that the lasers were already out of my way. Wow. Just throwing time save away all over the place here. Fuck. Yeah, your 4-6 route is bad. It's bad. It's not routing. It relies on the trucks to be in exactly the position they need to be, and you to deliver it exactly the same every time. And this is not that game. Like, go do that shit. You want to do that? Go play in Super Mario, you know, Brothers, like the original, where everything is exactly the same every single time. It's fine. You have no wiggle room. And I don't know if it's actually Wolfie's routing that I was following, but I'm pretty sure it's basically what everybody does for the speed there. But, you know, going under the laser to the right, and then having to land the second truck forward that's in the line, or else you're going to be too far. It's bad fucking routing, because you need it exactly the same every fucking time. And this is not a game where you can get it exactly the same every fucking time. You get different starts into the level, you get the different truck positioning, sometimes they're going a little bit faster than they were. Inconsistent is not good routing. But, you know, in the segments, sometimes you just gotta live with that, because you got to, because it's like, that's how you go the fastest, and so it's a 1 in 6, and I'm gonna just have to run this thing 6 times as long, you know, six times as many times as I would need to, if I found another way. It's like sci-fi, dropping the truck on the ceiling as you pass. It's the fastest way to do it. I'll eat my balls in my ass, and then my balls again. Fuck! If it's not consistent for him, then it's, not everybody has some of the, literally my full game route. Yeah. It's so, number 1, make sure that you hit reset, you know, with the correct timing as you come in. Number 2, like, you gotta get max speed out of these first couple of jumps, and then you gotta land that guy, and then you gotta come... Oh, no, I was a millimeter too low on that one. I had too much speed, because I got too low, so I gotta jump, like 30 milliseconds faster so that I can maintain a little bit more... Yeah, it's a really good route. It's really good routing. It's like, it's not just down to the speed, it's down to the height, it's down to the little fucking everything. Yeah, it requires skill and precision. Yeah, so then it's not good routing in a game where the game will shake you at the beginning of the level in a way that makes it so you can't get that speed this time, and the trucks will move at a different speed so they're not in the same position when you get there. But we're gonna still call it good routing. See you later. Yep. I have never been afraid of wounding someone's, you know, fragile ego by pointing out that something is bad. So it drives a lot of people away. When you're willing to say, you know, no, that doesn't really work. It's not good. It could be better. Not bad just because you can't do it. It's not good routing. I mean, you want to send me 10 in a row, you know, and don't be cherry picking now. I don't like it warmed up. It's really hard, really inconsistent shit. And can you train it? Yeah. Look at the way that sci-fi is routed for the segments. It's goddamn horrific. The top 3 people who run any percent sci-fi in the classic mode have got absolutely disgusting routing for it. It's bad routing. But if you get it, then you save a shit ton of time. And so you run over and over and over again and throw away run after run after run after run in order to get to the point where you get one that you can submit. That's bad routing. It doesn't mean that it's not the routing that you use, but it's bad routing. If you have to do it 20 times to get one of them through, we can't say that that's a good route. Sarah, you're incredible at sci-fi, right? You're really, really good at it. How many attempts does it take you through sci-fi to get one attempt where you didn't have to double try, you know, something? Where, like, how many times do you have to run sci-fi over and over and over again to get the truck drop over top and the PTB off of this and the PTB off of that? It's like, would you claim that that's good routing? That the game has been routed well to do all of these things that take so many goddamn fucking attempts before you can get one of them? Only time I've gotten everything in sci-fi first try was the 202 I have submitted. There you go. It's not good routing, but it is what you do. This 410, and we have to close this thing with if we want to get the best times possible, is bad routing because it's incredibly inconsistent. Relies on a mega jump off of trucks that are on like totally wicked terrain. It's moving all around. It's really bad routing to even attempt this 410, and especially considering you're at the end of your speed run for the segment. You've got all the time saved that you came here with. It's actually not that big of a deal because if you miss it, you can usually back it up with a 12-2 exit. But if you weren't going for it, you could find a route that guarantees you a sub 12 anyway. You could make sure that you're getting an 11-9 instead of like a 12-2 because it was the best you could do after you tried for the method that could save a second and a half if you get it, but that is probably not coming in. It's bad routing. Don't do that 410 in your full game. I mean, you can go ahead and attempt it because there's a backup. Because you can just walk it out and lose 0.3 of a second, and in a full game run, 0.3 of a second doesn't mean anything. But, you know, good routing has found a path that is a balance between speed and safety, that either has maximized speed in a way that is just fucking you can't get it wrong. It doesn't rely on luck, doesn't rely on the trucks to be in the right position or to be at a certain speed. 90% of the time this will work if I just do it this way. That's great routing. But you can't claim that it's good routing when it's down to a fucking millimeter in a game. Down to a millimeter in every other direction. Were you going too fast? Did you jump too late? Did you jump too early? In a game where the truck can be going at a different speed, be at a different location, walk into the level, it doesn't do the reset for you. Even if it does the reset for you, maybe it just gives you a bad start sometimes. The old, it works for me, so it's good. The old, what I prefer is, you know, ideal. The old ego selling you down the river. I've been waiting for the opportunity to reply to somebody's something by saying, yeah, no, I get it. The thing that you like is correct, and so everybody else's sucks. I got it. Yeah. No. Because it's what everybody does with everything. It's what we all do. It's the nature of the human beast. Is to, you know, overwrite someone else's experience with their own. Invalidate it, negate it. What you have experienced is not valid because I have a different experience. I'm the one calling it shit for absolutely no reason, Noah. Before you got here, I spent 15 minutes doing this. And you're gonna say that it's for absolutely no reason that I'm calling it shit. So my experience doesn't count. Your experience counts. But I spent 15 minutes doing this, and this is day 2 of looking at this shit. And yeah, I can get it when the game agrees to give it to me. And I will end up having to run in such a way as to do this at some point. I'm avoiding it until I get there because it's bad routing, because it sucks, because it's inconsistent, because you need absolutely everything to be exactly the same every time, and it can't be exactly the same every time, so you gotta have like 12 different versions of the level when you see that, okay, this truck's a little bit further forward here, so I'm gonna double lev here this time. It's bad fucking routing. Never asked for your shitty opinion. You came to my live stream. You egotistical prick. You walked into the door where the whole concept is I speedrun and talk. And then I said something that you didn't like the sound of, and now you're saying, I didn't ask to hear your opinion. What the fuck is wrong with your brain today? Holy shit, huh? I'm gonna ruin a friendship right here. Cause this is bullshit. Like, you're gonna literally walk into a room where there's already shit being said. I'm talking to my chat. We've been here for a while, and then the moment that you hear something that strokes your ego in the wrong direction, I should shut down the fucking live stream because I don't agree with you. You know, you shouldn't have to hear an opinion that isn't your own. Like, come on. Get a fucking grip. Not allowed to have my opinion, my public opinion. Well, you're in my chat. There you go, an 8.2 that starts okay. And again, you've managed to turn the live... You're a moderator in here, and you've managed to turn the live stream into something that's about you. Yesterday or last time it was about the fucking bot playing with it, trying to break it. You couldn't read the absolutely clear fucking messaging that I was given about, can you please stop fucking with that thing? Because you're ruining the live stream. You're making the whole live stream about the bot. You're distracting, you know, I can't do what I like to do. You're fucking with my mood, and my mood is kind of the basis upon which whether or not everyone who's here is having a good time or not, which is the basis upon whether or not I pay my bills and shit, and you're a moderator who helps out around here, and I can't trust you to not turn the fucking whole mood in your sour. Read the room. Because now I gotta, like, make an effort to unfuck my attitude and find the happy place again. How long have we been here? 2 hours. It's about the live stream break time. And I'm sick of having live streams where there's a big fucking stain in the middle, where, you know, and it's down to me, not, you know, me leaning into it, because it's the whole fucking persona that I've got here is the big, vocal, boisterous thing, and so it's just really hard to not, that's the whole thing, is like, whatever's going on, I'm gonna elevate it. I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna, you know, yell about it when you could be whispering. Is kind of the deal. You know how hard that is? It's been all these years I still struggle with, like, not letting it just get in and make it real, right? Not just let the performance turn into my actual experience. And yeah, I still can't control it like that. And that's how you know that, you know, when you come around here, you're dealing with somebody who's giving you, like, a genuine thing. I'm not trying to trick you into staying around and hanging out with me like all the other live streamers are. I'm not trying to manipulate you into, I'm not desperate for your fucking affection and your attention. We are having a genuine experience here, and that genuine experience is open to me yelling at you for being a piece of shit in my fucking, for making things worse than they were before you got here. And if you want a less genuine experience, then there's everywhere else, literally, because that is what is everywhere else. I'm not just talking to I'm just talking at this point. I'm sick of fucking living in a world where you can't get a genuine experience, and where when you find one, everybody runs away from it, you know? Everybody's like, oh, damn it, I just want this. And so, like, everybody's supposed to give you that. Everybody's supposed to, like, we can't have a deeper, more meaningful kind of an experience that's actually something that could be called real, because the thing that sells, the thing that, you know, people will tune into and stick around for is just to be given, look at this movement. Just to be given, yeah, I would think so. Given unchallenging, inoffensive, yada yada yada, so forth and so on. Just the huge, you know, the fundamental equivalent of a human relationship that, you know, is the show Friends. Yeah? Appeal to the broadest demographic by being fundamentally unchallenging and never having anything meaningful to say, and never suggesting that anybody could possibly be out of line in where they're coming from. Uh-oh, back. Bad lev timing on that. It's just a shame, and there's nothing to be done about changing it, because it's just like, it's I guess maybe you could just educate the public a lot more, I don't know. Higher levels of education would probably make you more interested in more advanced forms of communication than, hey, how's it doing, everybody? Welcome to the chat. We're gonna have some fun today. I can't wait. The parasocial, parasitic fucking relationships of Twitch. And they send you emails too. I think they backed off of this because there were enough people being like, I'm not sure if this is good advice. Like, legally speaking, but Twitch and YouTube both give out like these send these emails and send messages to content creators that we're called. You know, we're not artists, we're not performers, we're not entertainers, we're content creators, just creating some kind of shit that people will tune into. That's what they want from us. And so they send out these like notifications about, you know, here's how you can grow your audience. Have you considered pandering to the lowest common denominator? Don't forget to engage with people in chat whenever they enter, and when you tune into, you like read this shit and you want to vomit because it's so manipulative. It's so like, it's sociopathic. But it is also what Twitch and YouTube as platforms recommend, because that's how you get people to stick around long enough to empty their fucking wallets. Once you like have read these recommendations and you see these fucking shills, these soulless, desperate, pandering, fucking meaning human beings who have no point to their existence, but they turned on a webcam because they really want to be loved by random strangers for some reason. I was alive, but my finger hit reset automatically. When you see them doing the thing, right? You show up and you see them fucking doing it. And I don't want to like be sexist about it, but I will say that, boy, it seems like women do it more than men. I think they're just being more manipulative because they know what they're doing. Like, women, when they don't really have a reason to be live streaming except for that men like to look at women's tits kind of a thing. And, you know, it's a very misogynist viewpoint. I'm not saying that that it's all like that. I'm saying there's a big fucking market for it, and people are out there filling it. Women are out there filling it. You have to be a woman to fill that market, and they are fucking out there filling it. So it's not a criticism of women. It's a criticism of the taste of the average man who's willing to be dragged around and manipulated because there's tits on screen, and if she's willing to, you know, speak in a certain sweet tone that makes it feel like maybe we have a more deep relationship than we usually do. It's worse because the consumers of this stuff is more male than it is female, And a lot of the, the popular female producers, anyway, that you'll run into are doing that to some extent. They are manipulating their audience base in that way. I know how it sounds to even talk about this. Alright. Fuck. To even talk about that on Twitch, because there's so much, like, toxic masculinity and, just misogyny in general, media misogyny and stuff. It's like, well, she gets more attention just because she's a woman. And it's like, yes, she does. That's the problem, is that these, there is a truth to that. There is a truth to that. The barrier of entry on getting a minimum audience going on a platform that is catering to underage men. If you've got a pair of knockers to pull out and put in a low cut and that kind of thing, I mean, you can't deny it. You can go watch chess content out there where, for some reason, this woman has decided that the best way to show her chess is with the webcam showing her from the knees up. Like, what? Why is this a full body shot of you? And she knows what she's doing, and some people are like, go use it, do whatever, and that's fine. You can, but that's shallow. Like, can we just say that's shallow, it's artless, it's bullshit? Can we just say that? You are pandering, you're a shill, you're a soulless sellout fuck. Can we just all agree? But yeah, so a big part of my, my persona, my modern incarnation of the Ronin Pawn, is a denial to engage in that level of, hey buddy! The best art that I've ever been exposed to. What I enjoy, as a connoisseur of communications art is what I'm talking about. What I enjoy is challenging, and it demands you to. It's like, hey, here's some stuff that you never hear, but that we all know is out there to be talked about. My favorite comedian, I don't know if this is still true. Probably it's still true, but my favorite comedian of all time is Bill Hicks. It's not George Carlin, it's Bill Hicks. And Bill Hicks, I mean, both George Carlin and Bill Hicks had, like, routines about abortion. George Carlin, I believe, started one of his major HBO specials on the topic of abortion, and that's brave. You know what's braver? Is Bill Hicks doing a routine in which he describes scraping a uterus, and that's his routine about abortion. Like, it's on a different level what Bill Hicks was doing, and it's why George Carlin had, major HBO specials that everybody knows, and Bill Hicks is mainly known in Europe. He's known more in Europe than he is in America, even though he was an American. Because Americans have, like, this dull-witted sensibility. They don't want to be challenged. They don't want to address the fucking reality of it. And maybe that's true about the English too. I don't know. I've heard the English are kind of like that as well. But maybe it was just more palatable because Hicks was an American, and so it was like an American saying these things about Americans. All right, we can deal with that, just so long as you don't talk about the Queen and the monarchy and the the stuff we're not returning. Like, I like James Acaster, his repertoire on Netflix. It's fucking brilliant comedy. Absolutely brilliant comedy. But even in the way that he talks about Brexit, and about the refusal to return, shit. Yeah, this is dead. This is dead, Ron. The refusal to return, all the stuff that Great Britain stole as it was trying to conquer the world to the peoples that it stole it from. Even in the way that he goes in about that. There's a I'm being careful so as to offend as few people as possible to it. Wow, I golded in 2 different levels there. When I get talking, I go. And Dramatian's here, boobies. And Noah says, that's the reason I'm still here, dude. It's for the genuineness, I presume. It means that we're going to, we're gonna argue, we're gonna have issues. My, Lady Pawn, I'm still working on the fact that, like, when she and I have a fight, me and my woman have a fight, the only times that we have fights are when I feel like she's lied to me, when I feel like she has violated my trust. Like, I don't care if, we don't fight about, oh, you broke a thing that I cared about or something like it. It's, when there's a malicious intent and I feel as though there's been a violation of the trust, I just can't, I don't know what to fucking do with that. There's male caveman energy breaks out, and I have to break things, and I do. I break things, because, like, this is the one person in the world who, out of all of the other people, is supposed to be, like, on my side, and we're supposed to be in this thing together, and, like, you're supposed to be able to tell me all of your secrets, and you're fucking lying to me right now? About this, about something that matters? Like, I don't care if you lie to me about something that doesn't matter, that's fine. But when I feel like I'm being, and it's not even like, it won't even be the situations aren't where she'll actually lie. It'll just be, those omissions that are really fucking important. I left out this detail kind of thing. And it's never about the lie, it's about the violation of the trust. And I've got some fucking unrestrainable testosterone in me when that kicks up, where it's like, okay, there is going to be a hole in this wall, and it doesn't matter if the wall's made of plaster or not, because I gotta get this out. So I have broken a number of things in our home in the moments that I feel like, the person who I'm ride or die with is willfully keeping important shit from me. So I also, I have that energy. It's another thing. A flaw of my character that I would totally blame on my mother, incidentally. She put it there. She's an angry, angry woman who can find something to complain about in anything. That woman can't leave the house, go to Kroger, buy groceries, and come home without having a story about how some son of a bitch in the parking lot, that fucking girl at the checkout, she cannot get an entire, 1 car ride to a place and back without feeling as though someone has done her a personal slight. And I had to, like, train myself out of that shit. I actually had a really hard time entering the monastery. Hop out to the right, and then come back across and die, because it doesn't matter, because we're 4 seconds behind. I had a harder time entering the monastery because what I learned, what I found out that I had never known in my entire life, is that my entire language was based on negativity. My whole ability to communicate and even to bond with other people was based on negativity. Like, we can't... I came into the Zen Center in a group of people who were trying to not bring that kind of energy into everything. And I was just in so many situations where I thought we were, like, connecting and bonding over how much a thing sucks. how shitty that is, right? We all agree that that's shit. And just, looking around the room and realizing that everybody's staring at me like a dog that's just been shown a card trick. Like, what are you doing? Why do you think that a Buddhist Zen monastery is the place to bring this kind of everything is shit, fuck everyone attitude. And I had to unlearn that, and real hard, because it was, 20 some years of my life that I'd been programmed by my mother to communicate in exclusively negatives. And I had no idea it was going on. And so, post-monastery, I spent 3 years of my life not talking like that. But post-monastery, I would still say that my cup is very half empty. I don't think anybody would disagree with that analysis. My communication style is still largely based on the negative, but I can turn it off. And I know when I'm doing it. But it does leave a problem as an entertainer. Ooh, really? Okay. It does leave a problem as an entertainer, because it's just like, you step onto any kind of a stage, and you're going to take what you naturally have and make it bigger. That's the easiest way to turn something into a performance, is whatever is already natural to you. You just make it big. And what I have to make big is a lifetime's worth of training to see what sucks and think that that's how we talk. I think that's how everybody talks, right? That's what it's all about. And the thing is, part of my getting older and having spent that time in the monastery and having learned, having lived in a completely different way than I knew people lived at all, now that I am the other side of that experience, and I don't just mean the other side of that experience of being at the monastery, I mean I am the other side of being at the monastery, and the other side of being a person who used to be at the monastery and still thinks about the monastery, or all that kind of stuff. Like, I am completely the other side of that experience now, and with all of the Buddhist ideas and ideals and things that I know are true, I cannot for a moment justify the idea of censoring the person that I am by nature and nurture. Zen teaches so much that you are free to be whatever you are, and it shows you that but whatever you want to be, and it shows you that is true, that you do not have to be the continuation of who you were yesterday. In any situation, in any moment, you are 100% free to put down the entirety of your past and never think about it again and never worry about it again. And through meditation and some magic mushroom, through meditation, I was able to achieve, actual, I disconnected entirely from my history. I felt the chain that bound me to everything that had ever happened before break, and the amount of freedom that I felt was fucking amazing. To be completely and totally free of everyone's expectation, which, by the way, people have expectations, but they don't really exist. What really exists for you is what you imagine their expectations are, and whether or not you allow their expectations to have power over you. And I felt the weight be lifted of all those expectations that I had been carrying for all those years, and all the times that I had felt like I can't be who I want to be because these people who used to know me, or these people who do know me, think that I'm supposed to be this because it's how they've always known me, that kind of stuff. I have broken that chain. I am free. And now that I'm free, what I'm here to tell you is I cannot come up with one single goddamn reason to not be exactly the person that I was on a course to be in the first fucking place. With or without Zen. All of the nature and nurture that has made me into the person that I am here right now, why in God's name would I apply an excess of energy to become some other thing? Unless it's something that I want to be. And I guess what I'm saying is once I became free, I made myself into the version of a person that I always wanted to be, and so there's nothing left to fix. I mean, there's always something to refine. I won't say that there's nothing left to fix. I'm working on the breaking things when a sub 8. breaking things when my fiance lies to me, or when I feel that she's been dishonest with me or something like that. That's we could improve that, I'll admit. But I don't feel broken anymore. I don't feel like there's something lacking. I don't feel like there's a problem with me. And it's not because I'm perfect, obviously. You know, I'm over here ranting at Noah about, you know, forcing your experience down someone else's throat, and it's like, yeah, but I was doing the same thing to them. Sorry. I was doing the same thing to them. We were both doing it. It's not that I'm, you know, complete, that I'm perfect. It's that I don't need to be complete. I don't need to be perfect. The ultimate end of the day truth that you find out when you reach the top of the mountain is that the top of the mountain is at sea level. There was never any reason to climb the mountain. You actually invented the mountain. You are the mountain. And you've been climbing yourself. And every step that you've taken has just been what it took to convince yourself to just fucking be who you wanted to be in the first place. You know, I am now totally 1000% happy to say in public, I am an awakened being. Okay? My Zen master has not acknowledged the awakening. I have not been given transmission to teach, but I don't need any of that shit. I don't need it, because I am me, and I don't have to be. Nothing has to be anything. Nothing has to be anything. There is nothing that is out of place in the entire universe, because it can't be. It's impossible for anything to be wrong anywhere at any point, because it's all connected to everything else. So whatever it is that you think is out of place, it is out of place because everything else is in the place that you think it should be. We are all perfect. We were always perfect. There is nothing to fix. And yet we will go on fixing it, but our fixes will not make it perfect. And yet we will consider it fixed. And this is just what it is to be sentient and human and all of these things. And when you, like, have experienced enough of it to be completely at ease and at comfort within yourself, and willing to be who you think you are, or be, you know, be the core version of you that you've always wanted to be. And then, you know, when that core version sucks a little bit, not be like, oh, well, I still got a lot of work to do. No, you're done. You were done before you started. There is no work to be done. There never was any work to be done. There's nothing that needs to be fixed. But we will go on fixing it. And it will never be fixed for all of the fixes that we apply. It will never be fixed. And some people decide that they want to make, that they like the game of fixing themselves, and they're going to spend their whole fucking lives fixing themselves. And a person like me sits over here and looks at them and is like, the fuck is wrong with you? You spend your whole fucking life fixing yourself. And you're never going to get there, because it's impossible. But, you know, the truth is, they're just decided to play a different game than I want to play. I've decided that the game that I want to play is to become the most this that I can become. This thing that my mother shaped me into by fucking me up when I was young. This thing that my father shaped me into by fucking me up when I was young. This thing that has a certain momentum to it. There is no reason that I should resist the momentum that I've already got, when I could just keep putting speed behind it and see how fast we can get the fucking thing moving. See where it ends up. Why would I become some other version of a being when I already have a role to play? I was born into these circumstances, to these people. I had these experiences. They put me in this position. And this is what I'm teaching to you right now, what I'm talking to you about, I'm teaching you as the Buddha, is anti-Zen. This is the anti-Zen of Zen. This is your truest freedom. This is high-level shit. This is shit they'll never tell you. They will never tell you because it's too dangerous to know. The truest freedom that you will attain is when you realize there's nothing wrong. There's never been anything wrong. There's nothing to fix. There's no way to fix anything. And yet we've had you coming to a fucking church, a spiritual institution, a religion, you know, some kind of thing, and we've been telling you every day that you've been around here that you got a long way to go, honey. There's a lot of steps ahead of you. There's a lot of Dharma gates you're gonna have to pass through before you can get where you're trying to go. Oh my God. A lot of work ahead of you. And the truth is, there's nothing to be done. You were fine at the beginning, you'll always be fine. But you know, maybe the way that you are is toxic and horrible and actually hurts other people. And it's like, yeah, that sucks, but world needs pieces of shit like you. You know? You wouldn't exist if the universe didn't make you. You are the result of somebody else being good, you know? If you're a piece of shit, then you are a piece of shit because other people... The only way that other people can be good is to see that there are also pieces of shit out there. Which is, honestly, I'm ascribing too much meaning to it when I say stuff like that. There's no meaning to it. You're not out there to counterbalance, you know, we're not out there counterbalancing each other. We are exactly the way we are because everything that ever happened led us to be where we are, as we are right now. And our feelings of inadequacy, of feeling like we need to be fixed, those are also perfectly natural and exactly what they're supposed to be, and some of us have to spend a couple of years in a fucking Zen monastery to deal with that, and some of us try and deal with it and never do, and live, you know, depressed, awful, horrible lives that we hate, and some of us take our own lives because we can't fucking cope with it, and some of us don't even have feelings like that, and some of us just go into such like deep feelings of denial that we end up living in San Francisco and smiling at everyone all day long because we need to prove to ourselves that there actually isn't anything wrong because we won't admit that we're fucked up. But we are fucked up, but nobody's fucked up because nothing is fucked up because it can't be fucked up, but you're fucked up, man. It's all true, all at once. There's no black, there's no white, it's all just fucking grays and they're all oozing together with each other. And there's no wrong and there's no right. There just is. There is the thusness. There is that we are and this is at this moment, and that's it. And so there's nothing to fix, and yet we will go on fixing it. Because it is fun to fix things. It is fun to decide that the world should be a certain way or that we should be a certain way and then aim to try and make it that way. But there is no correct nature to the universe that isn't exactly what it is all the time. It is already there. It was perfect before you were born. It will be perfect after you die, regardless of whether you made a positive, a negative impact, or no impact at all. Everything is exactly the way that it was always going to be, and there's nothing you can do to change it. And everything that you do in the course of your life is without will and without freedom, and you're not making a choice. It was always going to be that way. You were always going to make that choice. There is only one way that this plays out. And you are a victim to it if you want to be. Or you can look at the same situation and say, I'm a participant in it. I am a piece of a miraculous thing that is happening everywhere. And in truth, at the core of it, I am actually all of those things happening. I am everything, all at once. I am that which contains the experience that I am having. You can look at this, you can experience this life however you want to experience. Except for that you can't because you are limited within the frameworks of your nature and your nurture that you were given. And so everything is true and nothing is true and it's all just grays and it's all mixed together all at once. And that's just what it is, baby, and get used to it. The trick is to just become comfortable in your own skin. That's all that you can do. It's all that, if you think that there's something that needs to be fixed, it's because you are not at ease with yourself. And there's nothing more that you can do in this life than to, become at ease with yourself. What else are you gonna do? You're gonna make the world a certain way that it isn't, that it needs to be? Everybody who came before you, they didn't have it right. They didn't make the effort to try and, make it a better world. That's the only problem, is we've all been waiting for you to come along. Now you're gonna fix the world and put it right. No, it was right before you got here. Hitler was as necessary as Gandhi. You know, in fact, because Gandhi, Hitler, and because Hitler, Gandhi. You can't have Hitler without Gandhi. That's how it works. Can't have Gandhi without Hitler. Did I say you can't have Hitler without Gandhi? Like, that's a good thing? You know what I mean. We draw artificial lines between things and say this is the beginning of the thing and that is the end of the thing. This is the beginning of myself and this is the end of myself. And then through this perspective, which is entirely wrong and flawed and bullshit, we make up a version of reality where something is wrong and needs to be fixed, where we don't fit in, where, you know, the world needs to be changed, all that kind of stuff. And the thing is, if you have the energy in you to change the world, then you were always, it was always there, it was always going to be there, it was always going to get there, and that's exactly the way that it's supposed to be. It either is or it isn't. That's what it is. You either are as you are. In fact, you don't have a choice in that. You are as you are as you are. And so what's there to fix? We invent the problems because it's fun to have problems. We choose the puzzles that we want to solve. But we invented the puzzles that we wanted to solve. We drew the lines around existence to be a certain way. And then we, you know, interpret them. And futz with them. We play with them. And that's the other day I was talking about, like, the true scientists and what their perspective on the nature of reality is. And the true scientists, people out there who are really having fun with science, the study of existence, realize that they are just, you know, making sand art. They're drawing lines in the sand, and they're solving puzzles that they are inventing as they solve them. They invented them to solve them. They don't exist without first perceiving them through the lens of the human consciousness. Math is not the language of the universe, it's a language. We made it up to describe some of the things that we're seeing and be able to toy with it and play with it and draw lines in the sand and have fun. It's not a fundamental reality, it's just how we're working with it right now. Oh my god, really? Math is incomplete. It's never gonna be complete. Because it's a language trying to describe something that's real. It's a language that's trying to describe something that can't be described. The only way that you can complete math is to say 1 equals 1, and then never make it any more complicated than that. The moment that you try and turn the 1 into... Actually, you can cut the 1 in half. And it's like, that is also true, but now you're in the realm of inventing shit. You're in the realm of inventing shit. You're making it up so that you can have fun figuring it out. But we definitely overshot. There was a point at which if I would have stopped talking and just shut the live stream down, then it would have been like, oh my god, Juan just explained fucking life to me. But I kept going because I was, you know, I was feeling it. Now we're in the afterglow of like, it's not as good. It's when you listen to, like, you know, jazz or Lady Pawn and I were just talking about this idea of being in the zone. You go and you, like, try and find somebody who's, like, really in the fucking zone. He was nailing it. He was playing all the right notes on that trumpet. Oh my god. Could you feel it? I could feel it. He was in the zone, and I was in the zone just by being near him. I could fucking... That's what we just experienced. I was in the zone, communicatively. And I said what is in the hearts of all of us. And I exposed the desperation of the human animal to, like, be more than it is, and the way that you be more than you are is first to decide that you're not enough, right? You have to first decide that you're not enough so that you can become something that's truly, oh, wow. God damn it, don't hit the fucking spacebar at that point. And if you can realize that about yourself, that you actually are enough. You were always enough. You are exactly where you are because of how you were there. What? You are exactly where you are because of absolutely everything that has ever been or will ever be. And so you can't be in the wrong place. You can't be in the wrong state. And the reason they don't teach that is because there's a lot of people who are problematic for the rest of us, right? And if you tell them that there's nothing wrong with them, then they'll stop restraining themselves. It is useful to the society of man if certain men believe that there is a problem with them and that they should go away. People like to try and make things make sense, yeah. Well, and I would say it, people need to feel like they matter. And it's hard to matter when you are the product of everything that came before. You want to feel like you are in control and like you are making the choices and that sort of a thing. We all want to feel as though we matter, as though we are the products of our own imaginations as opposed to the product of the universal imagination, of the one consciousness. We don't want to even admit that, like, okay, well, maybe the situation is that, you know, there's nature, but then there's nurture, and those are two different things. And I can choose my nurture to some extent, you know? I'm the victim of my childhood nurturing, but after that, I can choose my nurturing. It's like, yeah, but you're not making a choice. Because your choice was decided by the nature and the nurture that you received before you could have possibly had a choice. You have been trained to make a certain choice. And people don't like that. People don't like to acknowledge that you are the continuation. You are an event, not an object. We want to be objects. We want to, like, leave a stain on the universe. We want to be, you know, even if we acknowledge that we're dying, we're going to go away, and everything will mean nothing to us because, you know, we'll just be dead. But at least we'll have left our mark on something, as though anything's going to last in the long run. Even if you do make a massive mark, even if people are still talking about you know, Hitler. People are still pulling out references to Gandhi and Hitler all those years after. Like, eventually there will be no one who remembers Gandhi and no one who remembers Hitler. Eventually it will happen. Eventually Jesus will be forgotten. The name Jesus will no longer be something that everybody has heard. If it takes the entire human race just going extinct before that happens, then that'll be the day. But that day is ahead of us. That day will come. But people want to be an object. But the truth is, we are all events. We are all something that is taking place. It has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end. And if we're really being honest, it doesn't have any of those things. Because the event that is you has been artificially superscribed. You have cut yourself out of the chain of everything that came before you and said, this is when I began. And when did you begin? Did you begin at age 5 when you have your first solid memories, probably? Maybe you have a couple of memories, a couple of stragglers from earlier than that, a couple of, like, real big... But most people, you know, by the time you're in your teens or your 20s or something like that, what memory do you have of childhood? What strong memory do you still have of childhood? And it probably starts around age 4, age 5, something like that. And then it's just a little smattering. So was that the beginning of you? Is that what you're going to call the beginning of you? Your earliest memories? Because there was a physical you that existed before then that your parents really cared a lot about. But you weren't there yet? You didn't exist? Because you can't remember it? Now let's go the other direction. And say, you know, when was the beginning of you? Was it in the uterus? Was it at the moment of conception? Was it when your father's sperm met your mother's egg? Because that's a weird place to draw the line. You know, why? If it's about genetic material, well then the genetic material that made you existed, if we just want to be literal and scientific about it, then your mother's egg existed from when she was actually in the womb. A woman's eggs, if I'm not wrong here, I'm pretty sure I got this right, a woman's eggs exist from before she was born. Those eggs are in the uterus before the woman is actually born. And so there's part of your genetic material. The other part of your genetic material from your father existed in your father's balls as much as a week before the act of conception. And so, like, half of you existed, you know, however old your mother was at the age of her, half of you existed in 1973, 1960-something, however, whenever your mother was born. In fact, before your mother was born. Half of the genetic material existed then, and then another half of it waited until about 5 days before conception to get, you know, put into the balls, depending on how many loads your dad was shooting before you got to your load. But once you get to that point and you say, okay, well then we're going to consider that I began when my mother had her eggs. Like, if you're going to go all the way back to then it's like, why would you stop there? You know, if you're going to consider the existence of the genetic material the beginning, then it kind of just opens the floodgates of saying, well, what about the potentiality of the genetics of the, I mean, what about just the string? Like, if I'm talking about the genetics, then let's keep going back. Let's keep going back to, you know, the origin of this particular genome strain, and then you'll be traveling through your family history, and eventually you're gonna realize that your family tree connects to absolutely everyone else's tree, that it all comes back to, you know, some ape that was a little bit less hairless than the, you know, less hairy than the others in an African riverbed somewhere. And then you're gonna have to move back into the fossil record and say, okay, well, you know, the apes, the humanoid came down from the apes, but the apes came down from the this, and the this came down from the that, and the that came down from the that. And maybe you'll be able to come up with a way to still be, like, specious and say, well, the line of mammals diverged from this line of other things very clearly here, and so I have no relation to those. But no, you do, because it all starts with wherever the origin of life came from, unless there were multiple origins of life, and even then we gotta go back to the potentiality of the origin of life, and so the environment on this planet that allowed there to da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so, like, it's just the line at which you draw, this is my beginning, is imaginary. You make it up. You decide, or you let someone else decide for you, where you began, at what point you're going to consider it your beginnings. But it is made up. It is imaginary. It is nonsense. It is bullshit. You just arbitrarily draw a line in the sand, just like we were saying all those mathematicians are doing, all those biologists and all those. They're all drawing a line and saying this is the edge of the thing. This is where the spleen begins and ends. But the spleen is connected to everything else. There is no beginning and end to it. It is a decision that you make when you say, I am sitting on this chair. You have decided to draw a line between you, but what is you and what is the chair, but you decide that artificially. You decide that this flesh and this form is part of you, but, you know, if somebody chops it off of you, and you're still left alive, and you've still got a mind, then that mind will decide, okay, well, that piece of me that's gone is not me anymore, anyway. Maybe it was me before, maybe it wasn't, but regardless, now this is me. Maybe you'll decide that you're just your mind. You'll go in the entire wrong direction of things. Instead of widening your understanding of who and what you are, you'll shrink it. But the truth is that everything is connected to everything else. Everything moves because everything else moves. All action, you know, there is no equal and opposite reaction, because all action is one. There's no reaction. There's no first action and then second action. There is one sheet that we are all a part of, and it is moving. Or rather, there is one sheet that we all are. We all are the sheet. We're not even a part of the sheet. We perceive ourselves as part of the sheet, yes, because of the nature of the shape of the sheet at this moment. But the sheet is going to make another shape in a moment, and the shape that you think yourself is going to be gone. But every single ounce and morsel of the sheet will still exist. And so you won't be gone. Only the shape that you took will be gone, but no energy will be lost, no quantum data will be lost. The sheet that we are all a part of is just bunching up in a certain way that makes a consciousness that has the experience of perceiving the sheet as an individual, perceiving the sheet as external individuals, external to it, but it's just a perception. The truth is that there's just one sheet, and at the end of your life, the sheet will flatten and smooth in the area where it had bunched up to be you, but all the material that was you will still be part of the sheet, and the sheet will bunch up again somewhere else and do another thing, and it will have all of the fibers that were you in that chunk. Or a portion of the fibers that were you will be over here, and a portion of the fibers over there, but everything that is you will always exist. Always has been, always will be. You are an unending, infinite, immortal being that was never born and shall never die, but in the form that you have taken right now, you are perceiving yourself to be a limited form that began and is right now in the middle and will have an end. But that is an illusion. Death is an illusion. Birth is an illusion. Time is an illusion. Maybe time isn't an illusion, but I like saying that because it was in Avatar, and that's a really good show. But there is just one thing. There always was just one thing, and this is not a spiritual it's not a religious concept. This is science. This is the truth. This is the nature of all things. The reason why one molecule pushes on the other molecule, the reason that electricity can behave, the reason magnetism it's one sheet. And so when you do something over here, you create a ripple in the sheet that has to move through the rest of the sheet. You jiggle the electron on this end of the wire, it jiggles over there too, because it's all connected. And we say that there's an electron, and we say that there's a wire, but there is no wire and there is no an electron. All of those electrons are connected to all the other electrons, so it's just everywhere all at once, being and doing what it is. No beginning, no end. And now we need a live stream break, because we've been, this beginning has been, and I'm moving toward the end. But yeah, so you know, you gotta like get me pissed off about some bullshit, and then this is what genuineness in a live stream looks like. You get the literal meaning of existence. Can you get that from, hey guys, we're gonna have a fun time? That's the only reason why I communicated the truth of existence to everyone in chat right now, was just so I could loop it around. Close it up and be like, the fucking bitches with their tits out on Twitch, I'm fucking, oh. You're welcome, says Noah. Yeah, it's your fault. It's your fault. But I can't give you credit because you're just the continuation of Hitler and Moses or whatever I said. We're going to take a live stream break. We'll be back after 7 minutes. I'll play some music. I'll roll some ads. We'll come back. We'll get a new PB and Clustertruck, and then we'll call it a day. Don't go anywhere, pawn. Not out.
out there making merriment? What if all the happy, shiny people lost their luster? What if all the elves who make the cookies for the world ran out of dough and sold the cookie tree? We'd all go hungry, and the developers are ripping up the roots to build a factory wherein the shiny objects would be like so much on our back to be shipped out to zillions small distributors where you can trade your paycheck for more important things like the empty words now a beat of hip-hop's latest poster child preaching lines of solitude and hatred to the market minds of oh so many sheep, so many to count. I'm full of sleep and dream of merrymakers making merriment and happy people polished with a coat of wax, 2 coats of wax and nails with cookie sheets who slave away into the night to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, happiness, and happiness, 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 and happiness, 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 and happiness.
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. So I clicked the randomize button on my playlist for AIMP for the live stream, and underneath there's a directory underneath our usual live stream music that's just called Mine. And it was songs that I wanted to have on hand that I could share at various points. So now, what I'm telling you is that our live stream break music is mixed up with all kinds of crazy recordings that I made throughout the course of my life. The out-of-tune guitar. Was it out of tune? I just showed up and got back in the chair. But little crazy recordings I made throughout my life that, you know, either are little chunks of songs that I was writing or that I liked the sound of this lick, or it's me doing a cover, or it's me performing an original. But it's all just in there. It's all just in there now. Reading my poems while playing the guitar. And that's what we're just going to live with, because we're all part of the sheet, and the sheet waved in a certain way today. Holy sheet. Welcome back to the live stream. We're speedrunning Clustertrucken. And if you are just showing up, then you missed me giving the meaning of life and of existence and all that kind of stuff. Before we went to break, Noah asked, is there a spoon though? To which I can only reply, it both exists and does not exist. For the sake of existing in the surreality, we accept... I was still alive somehow. We accept the nature of the surreality. The sheet has bunched so as to make the shape of a spoon. But, in essence, it is still just the sheet underlying the spoon here. I also got myself a cut of gum. So we are in the Matrix after all. Yes, but there's nothing outside. there's no not Matrix to get to. There is only the Matrix. And anything outside is actually just more Matrix. If you think you found an outside, nope, you're just in a different version of the Matrix. Which actually, so maybe it is the Matrix, because this might be what they were going for, I'm not sure. After the first movie, it all started to make not a lot of sense, but... But yeah, it's the main highlight, the thing to note is just that it's just this, okay? Here's what it is. Here's the meaning of life. You were about to tune out. You're about to say, "Well, I gotta go." No, I'm gonna give you the meaning of life is this. How long is it gonna take until I can't convince you that there's something wrong with you anymore? How many times are you gonna fall for the same fucking trick? How many times are you gonna buy in to some jackass on the street shouting at you, somebody you care about or somebody you don't know, on the television, in the magazine, on the radio, telling you that there's something missing that you need to fix? How many times are you gonna fall for the Zen master telling you, your practice isn't quite, let's try that, let's try something new. I think maybe something new will help you. How long is it gonna take for you to realize that there is nothing wrong with you, that there never was anything wrong with you? That you are exactly the way that you're meant to be. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that you don't, need or couldn't benefit by taking certain prescription medications. I'm just saying, in a fundamental sense of philosophy and spirituality, how many times are you gonna fall for the old, you're incomplete until this, you're not, something wrong with you that needs to be fixed? That's the meaning of life right there. That's the whole thing. Is, can you get to the point before you're dead where you are so utterly comfortable in your own skin? Aw, just give me the jump, it would have been a great start. That you can no longer be fooled into feeling like you need to, fix something. Because basically 90% of what's going on in the world is somebody trying to convince somebody else that there's something wrong with them. Or rather that there's something that they need to do, something that they, you gotta do something about this. And the fundamental driver of you gotta do something about this is a feeling of responsibility, like there's a problem with you that you even need to be told that you need to do something about. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know. How we doing? What's my time? Oh, this live split's not even on the right screen anymore. That's problematic. I'll just watch the live stream back in the preview window and that'll tell. I have no idea. We gotta be really bad, right? Our time has to be utter shit. It must be. Shoot. I did that too late. If I was gonna do it that way, if I was gonna do a mid-air lev, I should have done it earlier. Come on, man. I'm just, in my head, I'm thinking, there's nothing difficult about this method, so I don't know why you keep messing up. Plus 1.2, good. Let's get the damn live split on the correct screen where I can monitor it. I had to move it off in order to make changes to the live stream during break. But yeah, all of Zen boils down, all of Buddhism boils down to how long is it going to take for you to get to the point where you can't come into the, meeting with the fucking Zen master and be persuaded that there's something still out of place with you, something wrong, something that needs to be fixed. And it's not the Zen master is fucking with you or abusing you in some way. It's, you show up to the Zendo desperately, you are already very convinced in and of yourself that there's something wrong with you and you need to fix it and you need help fixing it. And the Zen master has simply positioned themselves so that when you get there, you will be talking to someone who knows the truth. And they will help you go through whatever completely needless, unnecessary, ridiculous, and unjustifiable attempts that you need to make to fix yourself, in order to convince yourself that you don't need to be fixed. They're there to help you. But the truth is, you can't be told. You cannot just be told there's nothing wrong with you. Nobody believes it. Nobody believes it. Wow, a 14-second clear of that level, sure. Why not? You cannot just be told that you're fine, I'm fine, it's all fine, there's nothing wrong, there's no reason to stress out about anything because everything's exactly the way that it's supposed to be. All you can do is participate with it. There's no way to, like, go against the river, the flow of the river. You are always with the flow of the river. Because there's no alter. You are part of the sheet, and the sheet defines everything. So there's no struggle, there's no suffering. All of that is just illusion, like your perspective on reality. But nobody can just be told. You can't just be told it. You have to find it out. You have to actually live it. And so the Zen Master puts themselves in the position, which just so happens to collect donations. So that the Zen Master doesn't have to really work for a living, you know. And then when people arrive, as they always will, who have started to... The reason why you arrive at the Zen Master, at the Zendo, the reason that you arrive is because you've started to suspect that there's nothing wrong with you, but you need some convincing. You know? People who are just sure that there's everything's wrong with them, they're out there buying self-help books and shit like that. They're not showing up at the Zen Center, you know? Maybe they're showing up at church, but people who really know to their core that they are fucked up and that they need to do a lot of work, those people aren't showing up to the Zen Center. Whose side are you on? Yes. If you ever listen to Alan Watts' dissertations, his stuff, where Alan Watts, just so that we're clear, I'm talking about Zen Masters who just so happen to put themselves into positions where they don't really work for a living, but everyone around them thinks they're goddamn geniuses and will do just about anything for them. Alan Watts used to go to colleges and just talk for an hour and a half and people would give him thousands of dollars. Just saying. Just saying. You ever listen to how Alan Watts talks about the guru and the, you know, the master and all that sort of stuff when he talks about the spiritual practice and stuff like that? You'll hear it. Just listen. He is telling you that it's a fraud. That it's all a fraud. But it's not a ill-willed fraud. You wouldn't believe the truth. You have to be frauded. You came to the circus to be lied to. And in order to come to the truth that you are seeking, you must be lied to. You cannot be told this truth. You have to be lied to over and over and over again. You have to be led to believe that you are broken. In order to realize that there's nothing, you have to get to the point, you must be trained out of the habit of belief that there's something wrong with you, and the only way that you can get trained out of that habit is to continuously be told that there's something wrong with you until the point where you don't believe it anymore, to the point that you go, fuck you, I wasn't wrong in that situation. You have to continuously be told that there is a higher level, and a higher level. There's no glass ceiling to the universe. You're not there yet, but you're almost there. You're always almost there. Because the truth, as I said at the beginning, when we came back from this live stream, the truth, the actual meaning of life and everything, is just how long is it gonna take? How many times are you gonna fall for it? Shit, if I didn't laugh, we would have been fine. Hey, that's kind of how gender works in today's society. And it's just one of the tricks. It's just one of the tricks. Gender is just one of the tricks. One of the many tricks. Zen Master doesn't make the tricks up. Zen Master just enforces them. And honestly, there's no ill intent either. There's no, like, Machiavellian...
Is this just fantasy?
It's not like the Zen Master, you know, sits in the back room and concocts ways to convince you that you're an asshole. Maybe sometimes he does. Maybe sometimes they do. But it's just natural, is all it is. It's just perfectly natural. Everybody is behaving exactly naturally. Nobody's trying to make anything weird happen that shouldn't be happening. And when you behave naturally in a situation where someone has arrived to ask you to fix them, the relationship you form becomes based on the idea that that person is broken and needs to be fixed. You set the standard. 7.8 start there. I'm starting to get sub-8s. Fuck. And then doesn't matter because this. So I missed the jumps here. Perfect. You are exactly the way you should be, as God intended, if you want to get religious about it. Yep. But it doesn't matter that anybody says it, that anybody believes it. Doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. You have to know it. And you can't know it by being told. You can only come to suspect it. And honestly, you're probably worse off for being told. So everybody who's here in this live stream, you're worse off for having been told the truth. Because if you were led by the nose by a Zen Master along, or, you know, some similar agent, is what I'm saying, like that. You were led by the nose along for several years to believe that, you know, whatever experiences you have had and whatever it is you think you know is not enough, and you're not there yet, all that kind of stuff. And then one day, you realized, you looked at the Zen Master, person playing that role, whatever it happens to be, and you realize that they are, you know, a fraud, essentially. Or it's not that they're a fraud, but that if you can see the wink, if you can see the kappa after what they're saying, if you can finally perceive it and you realize, oh my god, if you can finally come in on the joke, the moment that you come in on the joke your own without being told that there's a joke being told, now you're fucking, now you're there. You will never be able to be shook again. You will never be able to be convinced again. You'll never find yourself wondering whether or not there's something wrong with you, something missing from you after that experience. Whereas, if you are just told it, well, now you think you know it enough to not have to know it in full, and that doesn't help you at all. That just slows you down. That just stops you. That just makes it, that puts up another barrier that you've got to break through in your own mind, in your own perception, because you think you know something. Oh, I know. But you only know it in words. And words are the things that, you know, probably got you delusional in the first place. If you experience it, if you have the wisdom of experience, nobody can take that away from you. Nobody's going to be able to tell you things aren't the way that they are when you've been there yourself and seen it with your own eyes. If they're telling you it's not that way, you read about it in a fucking textbook. You know, you read about it as the experiences of Shakyamuni Buddha or some shit like that. And then somebody comes along and says, actually, it isn't like that. It's like this. How do you know? How do you know? You just read about it. You were just told it by someone you chose to trust, I guess, maybe. We can't do that, can we? Apparently we can. Alright, good, because I don't want that to be the run. Being enlightened is seeing the Kappa, says Zen Master Ronin Pun. Yeah, there you go. And that is, you know, that's why Zen is very experiential. It's completely experiential. It's everything in Zen is about doing the thing. It's not about learning the thing. It's not about reading about the thing. It's not about being told by somebody else. When the Zen Master gives a Dharma talk, the Kappa comes out, and the Kappa is not even like implied. It's on the page. It is said. We are, you know, you shouldn't be like, what I'm telling you right now is a story for the sake of inspiration that you will keep on this practice until, you know, this practice frees you from your delusion. But it is just inspiration. Which isn't to say that it isn't true what's being said, but that it is fundamentally a waste of time. I'm sitting here telling you things. I'm giving you ideas, but we're wasting your time where you could be having an experience. You could be, you know, out there doing something that will drive you to having an experience. Zen is the kind of thing where you stay awake for 7 days straight. Just well meditating. You stay awake for 7 days straight during like a meditation retreat. So for 7 days, you're just meditating, and then when everybody else goes to sleep, you stay awake. That's the kind of shit you do. Why? Because you're just trying to force an experience. You're trying to force an experience that's going to wake you up and make you realize what's real and what isn't real. That's the kind of shit that Zen masters will tell their students to do. And, you know, it's probably dangerous for certain people. But that's when you're really practicing Zen, because you're experiencing something and you're trying to experience something. You're putting your effort and your energy toward having an actual thing happen that you can walk away with the wisdom of experience as opposed to the knowledge of having learned it secondhand. That's Zen. And so you don't get a lot of reading the Dharma and the scriptures in Zen because it's meaningless. It's a waste of your fucking time. What are you doing? Like, it's only useful as inspiration. And if you've made it here to the Zen Center already, then you don't need any more inspiration. Put the fucking books down, and we're gonna do something now. And it's just the biggest cosmic joke that when we go to do something in Zen, the thing that we do the most is nothing. That's the experience that we have. The experience that we have is we sit in meditation, which is to just sit and do nothing. Not talk, not think, not act. Just sit there and breathe and be aware. We do as close as a human being as can get to literally being in the activity of nothing. And it's an experiential practice. But it tells you so much to do that, you know. When you sit, people will say, this is the funniest fucking thing that everyone says. Okay, you've probably said this. Everybody has already said that, about meditation. I can't meditate because when I try and sit there, you know, my mind goes wild and I'm thinking about a million things. And that's just hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. You know why that's hilarious? That's the point! That's why you're meditating! Is to notice that, and you've noticed it, but you're gonna use it as a reason to stop doing the practice. That's hilarious. The point is to notice that you keep, like, to see all that brain activity. You're just trying to do nothing. You're just trying to be at peace. You're just trying to be at ease in your own skin, and here you are. You've been given permission to just sit there and do nothing. First time in your life anybody's said, hey, Why don't you just do this? Nothing. Don't try and fix something. Don't try and make something better. Just do fucking nothing. Please, that's what you're supposed to do here, and you can't do it. It's not that you can't do it is hilarious, it's that you can't do it because you're not supposed to be able to do it. You're supposed to see, holy shit, I can't do this. Look at what's going on in me all of the time, and I'm just now noticing it. That's what's supposed to be the experience, but everybody else's experience is, I can't do it. It's not, I don't know, there's something wrong with me. It's like, yeah, that's the whole thing. You came in thinking that there's something wrong with you, and we're here to show you that there's not anything wrong with you. But you've still managed to convince yourself that there's something wrong. God damn it. Even in the moment of the persuasion that there's nothing wrong with you, you're still convincing yourself that there's something wrong with you. It is fundamentally hilarious. It's not necessarily anything to laugh about, but it's fun. Only streamer telling their viewers to fuck off and have experiences. What are you doing sitting here listening to somebody talk? Does the sheet experience or our experience is part of the sheet? The sheet screams, for it does not know. I don't know, I think it's all a bunch of sheet. But no, that's like the most frequently heard thing at a Zen center, is somebody new to the practice saying, you know, every time that I try and meditate, I just, my head is just full of like bees, and it's just, I'm thinking about everything, and I can't just sit there and not think. And yeah, yep, that's the experience that we wanted you to have. And then the idea is keep coming back here and doing that, and slowly but surely you will train your mind to be able to relax in and of itself. Because what you've just shown yourself through this experience is that you're never at ease. You are constantly thinking about something. You are constantly needing to fill the empty space of your mind with some kind of a distraction. And that life trains you to do that. You are currently watching someone speed running a game while talking about the meaning of life. How many fucking things do you have to have going on at once to keep yourself distracted? I'm playing a game in a way that the developers didn't necessarily intend it to be played. Visual media, I'm recording and rebroadcasting it to distract your eyes. I got the audio in here to distract your ears. And then over the top of it all, I'm talking in the most profound fucking truths that you'll ever hear on this fucking platform being spoken today here on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. I was out of lev, so I needed to like bounce off of this thing and get an extra kick. It wouldn't have worked otherwise. But yeah, the practice of Zen slowly but surely trains your mind to be at ease with just being. And then imagine this. Imagine being in a line somewhere, and you don't have a phone, and you don't have a magazine, and you're just waiting, and you're completely comfortable in your own skin. You're just at ease. You're just waiting. Imagine waiting, and that's all you're doing, is just waiting. You're not waiting and suffering. You're not waiting and you're impatient. You're not waiting and you're thinking about something else. You're not waiting and worrying what's going to be said when you finally get into the doctor's office. You're just waiting. Imagine being able to just do what you're doing when you're doing it. It's an incredible power. It's a fucking superpower. And you can develop this superpower. It's like fucking being able to see through walls and have flight and shit. And you can just learn to do this shit. And all you gotta do is sit and do nothing. And it's amazing the amount of information that exists in the world around you that you are not noticing because you're distracted by everything else. Because you're in your head thinking about and all that, and you're constantly in the phone, or you're constantly this, you're always filling that empty space. Once you just open yourself up to the empty space and let the sheet be the sheet, let the empty space fill itself, the amount of information, the amount of things that people are telling you without telling you. Just by, like, what they wear, how they're standing, what their posture is, the tone of their voice in that moment. There is so much fucking information that everyone is always giving to you about things, and it is like magic. It is when you don't start to see it, you don't want to just see it like intellectually and be like, oh, yeah, I can see that, I noticed that. No, when you start to process that information on a subconscious level and be aware of it at all times, it is like knowing shit that you can't. It is like being psychic. It is like being able to predict the future, because your mind is just, it's empty enough to see what's going on and to know what comes next, because it's all a sheet. Everything is connected to everything else, so if I can see this part of the sheet, then I can see enough of it to know what's going to happen with that part of the sheet too. And it's just obvious. Okay. Wow, none of those worked. Yeah, Jesus, not a single one of these jumps gave me the speed that I needed to do this. Might as well get a little practice in on 410. Yeah, since it's the hardest thing to do with this method. There we go. Close enough. Good enough for government work. Ronin Pawn on Clustertruck. That's something I haven't seen in a while, says Algici? Algici. How you doing? I've been back to Clustertruck for 3-4 live streams now. I think this is the 4th live stream. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been years. And I've come back to the NoUtility, no pause skips category, which is all movement based. It's just running and jumping on the trucks with a little bit of lev to smooth out some of that movement. Okay. So it ain't no easy category that I've returned to. And we've already picked up a 2nd rank in Forest. Took me 3 live streams, probably about, what would we say, 6, 12, 18, so I would guess like 15 hours worth of grinding through Medieval World. Did I say Forest? It's because everybody's been running Forest if I did. Medieval World. Everybody who's not me is grinding Forest right now. Or was for a while. But yeah, probably about 15 hours worth of D-Rust for me to get back enough the chops to put in a 2nd rank Medieval. Oh, god damn it. You gotta lev pump here. You're supposed to do it there too, but I think you can get away without it. And then here, and then go. And then you gotta come across it. So lev, pop. Lev, pop, slow down, cut across, and come out with a low 9. Mid 9, really. Oh, you're all the forest competition is stalled a little bit. Noah, you weren't here when I was showing off the code, my programming. Oh my god, that was really fast. It was only an 8.2, but it was just so smooth. My GUIable library. Damn it. Someone who could have almost somewhat appreciated. You weren't here. Everybody else, I scared everybody off early in the live stream by being like, here's 10 minutes of me ranting about my GUIable. Look at my code. but it is available at my GitHub. github.com/RonanPawn, GUIable, and then the latest stuff, the stuff that isn't like 6 years old, is under the GUIable 2 branch. I'm considering this, what I'm doing right now, the sequel to GUIable. And it's so nice. It's so the hotness. That was a sub 12. I will take it. Yes, you can get in a mid 11, but I will take an 11.9. Wow. That wasn't gold? That 7.9 wasn't gold? I thought that should have been gold. Guess I've gotten a 7.8 before. Click the button. Uh-oh. It didn't hear my reset when I pressed it, apparently. Good enough. I can go over everything, in fact. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know what to do at all at this point. Let's get 410. That was close. That was close. I almost had it. I needed that lev boost up front. Okay, that was a good run. I'm happy with that run. $8.5. Not good. Fuck. But you see how much time we have to save, so I'm not at the point yet where I need to have like a low 8 or even a sub 8 or something like that. Just don't need it yet. God damn it. I can't keep, like, leving on every fucking jump, but sometimes you get in that pattern where it's like, if you don't, then you're not gonna land it. But I don't have the levitation to... I'm gonna need a couple of those when I get to the end of the fucking trucks. Like, here I needed it. Here I didn't. Here I needed it. Fuck. What happened to the key overlay? Just switching computers. Oh, hey, we're doing holidays now. Couple of buttons clicked and suddenly I'm in a different section of the game. Just switching computers, haven't reinstalled the overlay system. It's just OBS plugin. You know, you can't... OBS doesn't actually function out of the box until you've installed like 6 plugins. Because it's a freeware multi-platform project, so none of the systems work well in any one of the platforms, but they all technically function across all platforms. That's what you end up when you do things that way. That's what you get. I have gotten, by the way, a 10.3... Oh, shit. I have gotten a 10.3 out of that method in the past. Just today, I've gotten a 10.3 through 4.3. Moving like that. When I really push it for everything that it can possibly give. I mean, there might be more to be had out of it, but that's a lot to get from it. Oh, Christ. Oh! OBS is also part of the sheet, you know. There's nothing wrong with it. And there's nothing wrong with me saying it's a piece of shit. There's nothing wrong with judging things inadequately. Or to be inadequate, rather. My judgment is perfect. I'm out of lev, and we were too close to the front, but not close enough. Curses. But yeah, that lovey-dovey shit, there's no room for that in my zen. That we're all part of the sheet. Yes, we are. That doesn't mean that we need to be nice to each other. Recognizing the truth does not mean that you're now, like, bound to some kind of, oh, well, I guess I can never be, because you're actually part of me and I'm part of you. No. Now, wait a second. I'm not foreclosing on my possibilities as a human being because I've realized the nature of everything. It should open my possibilities. Quite the opposites. Hey, fuck you, me, says Noah. Yeah, that. That's right. If you're just part of me, then what's the harm in telling me to go fuck myself? Me piece of shit. I don't appreciate my efforts whatsoever when it comes to the OBS project. No appreciation at all. Because my sense is that I am currently getting too much fucking appreciation and too much, love from my hug box. And so I think it's okay to not make features that I have tens of thousands of requests for the feature to be available, to not prioritize making that available is how I've been going about it for years and years and years now. And I think that I need to pull my fucking thumb out and stop being so precious about my software, because it ain't done just because it kind of works. Just because there's a user interface on top of, a fucking command prompt that functions. It doesn't mean I'm done. So I need to get my shit together and stop banning people from saying things that I don't want to hear in my forums. Just because I don't want to hear them. Even when the things that are being said in a perfectly professional and cordial way. Just their negative critique. I personally think that I am a big, wet, sopping fucking pussy who can't take criticism. I like this game, where I can say just about anything I want to say about anyone else, so long as I do it in the first person. I think I am a cunt. And I think somebody should just fucking kill me in the street. Have you seen the kind of legislation I've been passing? Does that not deserve a bullet? In essence, then, it's just the universe's communism. No. Okay, a flat 8 to start. Not bad. That was a little bit too high. A little lower. Yeah, one more. It was just in the worst possible spot. I was 50% between viable landing zones. Almost. You're gonna go experience your bed now? Okay. Have a good night. Sleep well. I'll see me in the morning. let me know if I PB'd when I get up tomorrow. If I can get a hold of me. I like this game. Oh, freaking ball. El Gavo, how you doing? I am the Lazer Man, and you spelled it Lazer, so that means that in the 80s you had, like a Dan Rather haircut. I got just like a pretty normal kind of thing. In the 80s, I had rainbow dyed mohawk, and I ain't even kidding. I was alive for a portion of the 80s, some portion, doesn't matter how much. And as an incredibly young child, my mother, who would go on to be a hairdresser, later she would get a license, allowed me to have my little blonde head dyed a bunch of very light and bright colors of the rainbow, like 5 or 6 different colors in streaks, and I styled my hair as a mohawk. I was also above for a portion of the 80s, says Elgavo. Did you have a multicolor mohawk? That was, in case anybody doesn't get it, that was when I started this live stream. I made the live stream notification say, is it Lazer or Lazer? Your answer determines what hairstyle you had in the 80s. I had a multicolored mohawk. That's how this live stream begins. Fucking bullshit. I guess I probably should have, figured out my actual pattern here. The thing is, I have figured it out, and it was so nothing that it was like, it felt like I shouldn't even bother, I should just run at it, because there's no pattern to it. It's just land everything, and do short hops all the way. There's no pattern to that. Mostly short hair with a rat's tail. I think I had a rat's tail at some point, too. Definitely as a child, as a very pudgy-faced, little blonde-haired little angel. I had a lot of fun Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles inspired haircuts. Most of my life at that point was inspired by Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, if I'm honest. Fucking go! Land the last fucking jump. There's I keep getting 5 jumps of the way through, and do a long jump. Do the long jump early and then do a half jump on the way out, because it's that jump that you keep fucking up on. I had mostly short hair with the rat's tail until I got a little older and rocked the undercut for years. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were gods among men. And I mean, that fucking movie, just cemented everything that we already knew. Because it was a movie for children wherein there's a massive depression. I did it again! Fuck this level! A massive sequence of depression where the master has been kidnapped and Raphael has gone off on his own, and it's for kids, and it was here's an emotion that is way too fucking complex for children, according to the rest of the world. And, if anything, the reason the 90s were all brooding and Seattle rain coffee, it's because of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle 80s. We were scarred in a way that was much more devastating than Optimus Prime dying, That's a single loss, and it's it was even portrayed in a hopeful way, you know, someone else is taking over and you will carry on the legacy and shit. We were scarred in the way of just, nope, everything sucks right now and it's gonna keep sucking until we go out and we kind of try and make it a little bit better, but it'll never be right again. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes on a Half Shell! That was our childhood. You wonder why Kurt Cobain was Kurt Cobain. It was because fucking Raphael went off on his own. Well, Leonardo was like knocking shit over in the fucking, he's just angry. Just knocking shit over angry because there's nothing he could do about everything being shit in the world. And then fucking Nirvana. A fucking kids movie where a reporter draws a fucking haunting pencil, haunting, what do you call that? I want to say it not pencil drawing, I want to say it the other way, like, it's not carbon, it's what do we call it when you do that kind of, drawing? Haunting graphite drawing of one of the turtles sulking over the basin of a rusty bathtub. That was my childhood, man. You want to know why I am the way I am? Children's stuff in the 80s really, you know, I think maybe the artists who were making this stuff resented that it was all being made for commercial reasons. Maybe that's it. That they resented that everything was like, you know, because we want to turn them into fucking action figures, and because it's gonna be a Hot Wheels set, and because that kind of thing. And so they were like, alright, yeah, I'll make you a fucking kids show. Punky Brewster's friend is gonna get trapped in a goddamn refrigerator and scare the shit out of everybody, and we're not gonna know whether she's alive or dead. We're just gonna, the whole episode, we're gonna keep cutting back to a little girl trapped in a refrigerator going running out of air. Gonna kill fucking Optimus Prime. Leonardo's gonna cry, fill a fucking rusty bathtub with his tears. What else can we do? Mighty Max and Norman are gonna have a big falling out, and I don't know anything. I really liked the show, but I don't remember any of it. Mighty Max, Norman, and the Owl. I don't remember what the owl's name was. I think it was Hey Mister. Hey Mr. Owl! How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie? Let's find out. One, two. Fucking balls. I don't have enough lev left either, so it's over. I'm gonna change my MySpace header to TMNT in the 80s made me this way. I wish MySpace were still a thing. There was nothing wrong with that website, and I just assumed that somebody, like, bought it because they wanted the name and didn't understand, you know, didn't really give a damn why the name was worth, you know, all the millions that they had to pay to get it. And just drove that sumbitch into the ground. Like, I don't know. I went into the Zen Center when MySpace was still a thing, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was beautiful, it was perfect, it never needed to change. And I came out, and it was dead. And people were, like, not talking about it, like they knew who did it, but we couldn't say or something, you know? Like it was a global shared secret. We're not allowed to say who killed MySpace. Facebook alien guy probably did it. I mean, I've seen Facebook, and Facebook ain't no MySpace, you know? What MySpace did was it had all the Facebook stuff, but it also supported, like, blogging, like, implicitly, you know? I would post on MySpace all kinds of crazy shit. I would write, you know, I was a writer. I enjoyed writing, and I would write all kinds of crazy shit for my friends to read, and then I would post it there, and then they would read it, or they wouldn't. I don't know, it was up to them, but I would post it there. And, as far as I can tell, the Facebook, experience is you've got a wall where maybe you're allowed to write a sentence or two. MySpace was like, if you want to write a novel in a MySpace post, we're behind you all the way. And so I consider Facebook to just be a less featureful, more like shallow, more toxic version of what MySpace was. So I don't do the Facebook. I've never done the Facebook. I made a Facebook for the Ronin Pawn, just so that it wouldn't be, you know, taken and somebody impersonate me or something like that. That's it. It exists. And because several years ago I made a MySpace or a Facebook for the Ronin Pawn, I have my entire life since whenever it was, probably 2016 or something like that. I've spent my entire career as an entertainer getting bombed with constant notifications from Facebook about so-and-so said this. Do you know them? I never use the web. I never use the site. But I set up the page, and some people who I know, I added as friends and never went back. And for over a decade, I don't know, not over a decade, for almost a decade, I have been harassed by this fucking website that I don't use, and I don't know why I've never turned it off. And now that I've said it out loud, when this live stream ends, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go block them. I'm gonna go unsubscribe and click whatever buttons I need to click. In order to make sure I never get another notice from MySpace or from Facebook. But have you been back to MySpace? Like, I've gone looking for old posts and stuff like that, and eventually I found them on the Wayback Machine. But I have had reason to try and go back to MySpace, and I don't even know what it's supposed to be now. Go to MySpace. If you haven't been, go to myspace.com and you tell me what it's supposed to be. I don't get it. It was a, you know, social media platform. What is it now? I don't know if it's still being maintained. I don't know if it's just like been accidentally left online for the past 10, 15 years. I don't know what it's doing or who it's for or who's still using it. I can't tell. I think it has something to do with bands. I think if you're a local band, then you're supposed to make a MySpace. But I just can't imagine, because who uses it? Who goes there anymore? When it was a social media platform, it was something that a band could use for their band to get it exposure, because everybody's using it for social media. Now, I don't know what it is, but I think it has to do with bands, and so since I don't have a band, I won't be there, and so why does it exist? Why haven't they turned it off yet? Why haven't they sold the name to somebody who wants to make a social media platform and realizes that there's an incredible amount of money to be made by making MySpace, just bringing MySpace back online? Fucking Elon bought Twitter for $20 billion more than it was worth or whatever. And if a smart man would have had that money, would have bought for a couple of $1 million the MySpace.com name from whoever owns it right now, and just re-erected MySpace. Just turned it back on, and an entire generation would flock back to it as that social media platform that wasn't, like, toxic and disgusting when I was a little bit younger than I am now. That is the most brilliant, like, social media concept that could exist in 2025, is just to bring MySpace back. Have you got money? Buy the rights to turn MySpace back on. Don't make it toxic. Don't, you know, attach your philosophy about how the Jews run Hollywood, Elon. Just turn it back on. You can do the same, like, you know, AdSense advertising in the sidebars that there always was. You can silently collect more data than MySpace ever was capable of, sure, but just don't change the user experience from what it used to be. Don't polish it up. Just make MySpace work again, and everyone who uses Twitter and Facebook will leave those bastions and dens of hell, and they will return to MySpace, you know, and live the rest of their days in happiness. Seems like it's for music discovery now? I kinda assumed it was just that. Yeah, and it is, I'm pretty sure. Does anyone use it to discover music? So whoever runs it, like, you know that they would sell that name for, like, I don't know, $5 million, right? So you buy it for $5 million, and then if you don't want to spend all the money to, like, get the original MySpace rights and everything, to bring the original site back online in its original form, just rebuild the site to be the same, you know? Make it from scratch. You can make the graphics be a little bit different, but it's pretty much the same. 11.4, that's the fastest I've ever done. 4.2. And then I immediately threw it away. But no, do you think, wouldn't that work? Wouldn't that just be like the news on the internet for like a month if you heard MySpace is coming back? Wouldn't that just be, everybody would be talking about it? And finally, you know, everybody who's been using Twitter against their will and against their better interests for years now, and not wanting to be there, but be unwilling to go to Facebook, and the people who are on Facebook are unwilling to go to Twitter, but everybody hates all of these fucking platforms that they're addicted to, and they need. Just open the fucking doors on MySpace again. Everybody will come back, everybody will have a page, and the relationship that they have with the site will not be venomous like it is with all the rest of these fucking social media outlets. And you know, just because there's not as much money to be made in making people addicted to the scroll or whatever it is that Twitter justifies its existence as a platform for hate speech and Klansmen. Just because there's a little bit less money in it doesn't mean that there ain't a shit ton of money in it, you know? Sometimes all you need is a MySpace rant to go faster. Maybe that's what drove me to crush that 4.2. Should really, like, should have clipped it, and then I could go look at exactly what my movement was on that 4.2 to bring it in that much faster than I'd ever done it before. Damn, these lasers need to get out of my way. I think the fact that 4.1 is this kind of horrible RnG nightmare is why it's so hard to take the rest of the run seriously through Lazer. Because you just have to do this over and over and over again until it happens to let you through. And it's poisons the mentality for the rest of the run. It makes the rest of everything feel like that's all you can do anywhere, is improvise. But that's not the case, and if I am patient and thoughtful and pay attention, I can get consistent and thoughtful times through here. None of these jumps are hard or anything. I think it just like poisons the well early. That you start every run by going 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Ah, 4-2. Oh no, fucked up 4-2. Okay. Feed it like this. Pop. And then out and back. I need to slow down there. It's hard to convince yourself to actually take your fingers off of the strafe in a segment speedrun, but I have to. I really, really have to. So just pull off completely on the speed. Make absolutely sure that I hit that truck on the way out. Because the penalty is coming back to 4-1 and doing 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Okay. I will run on that little death, and I will just run 4-2 faster than I've ever run it before. No, I didn't. But fuck it, we're still going. In fact, kind of everything that's happened here has been a special kind of slow. I had, yep, and here we are again, special kind of slow. I should try and skip the last gate or something. Oh, fuck. God damn it, I didn't hit that button. I did. I mean, obviously I did, but I sure didn't mean to. Yeah, that's every single thing, every single level was like, here's a 0.6 second time loss minimum. Yep. Like, once I get a little bit of speed, I can make some decisions and try and route around the lasers, but if I'm having to do, you know, diverting my route at the beginning, then, like, I just can't. That's just a reset. Okay. Sure. Yep. Okay. Okay. Sub 12. We don't complain about sub 12s. Fuck. I complain about this, though. That could have been gold. It was a sub 8, right? I assume it was a sub 8. I didn't actually get to see the times, but that had to have been a 7-9. Had to do that. Some of them are just like that. There's a big old throw to goal. Pop. And then slow down. Cut across. Not high enough. Big time loss. Fuck. Even bigger time loss.
Run faster, jump higher.
But I did manage to pull back an average clear from 410 with a 12-1. So there's a lot of ways to just grab that average sort of 12-1, 12-2, 410 if you get out of sequence on 410. So we picked up a little bit of time there, a little nothing. We're at a 146, and we need to. I'm trying to find my way to a 142. So there's a lot of time here that needs to be saved, and you can see that we had in the splits there, if we look at them, 1.5 seconds ahead, and then 1.6. We dropped to 0.2, but 1.6, and we dropped back as far as 0.9, and then got all the way back up to 1.6. And so that's where you can see like how much time there is to be saved. That if we had held that 1.6 and not dropped all this time, there's full seconds in there. Easy full seconds to grab. But it's definitely a nice thing to pick up any kind of little PB after so much grinding, just to see that you got it in. Little spirit boost. That'll do. As I said before, we don't complain about sub-12s. And then the last time I said that, I also died in 4-3 on some dumbass jump that didn't make sense why it should kill me. Got that 4.2 clip for you in that link above. 4.2 clip. 4.2 with MySpace buff. Oh, you found it. Well, hang the fuck on. Let's have a look. So Chromium me. Man, fucking once you've opened on Google Chromium once, it pops open like fucking instantly. It's faster. It pops open faster than Firefox, if I'm honest. But I think I still prefer with the Firefox. I don't know. I might convince myself to try. Let's see what this is. Might not let me watch it. Twitch is a broke ass. Oh wait, don't do that. Broke ass, broke back, broke motherfucker. Sign up. No, I'm good. Alright. Now that I'm in the correct position here to actually watch it, let's watch it. No. I'm not in the correct position. Jesus Christ. Twitch's video interface sucks. So, simple jump, no lev, no lev, no lev. And then it was just like I jumped from the third truck back. There's not a lot crazy going on here, is there? All the way back to the beginning. All the way back to the beginning. God, Twitch's video playback sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, For an 11.4, there's nothing super unique or special about that I can really extract. We just came in, and we did like this. And, okay, so maybe it's like, no, come on. We boost here, and then short hop, short hop, short hop. Yeah, no, it's just getting lucky on... It's staying tight to the trucks, but the trucks like to shift around at the beginning, which is going to displace you a little bit from the beginning. So it's like you got to snap into the staying tight position after, and then not be so tight as to do what I just did there, which is get that little shoulder rub. Hey. Okay, so that's it. I don't know why it wasn't high enough to fucking work there, but there you go. Just a clean run of the current strat. I mean, I didn't see anything special. It's just go, go, go. Except for, like, it got there a lot earlier. It got to the third truck instead of the last truck. It was a bunch of short hops. It was pretty much exclusively short hops the whole way. But you see that? You see what's happening right here? Same shit happens there, where it's like sock catch. You did a short hop. So you get into a mode and you just start nailing it, but it is something that you just gotta do by smell. You just gotta feel it. There's an 8-0 to start. That's helpful. Fucking cocksucking, dick-licking, shit-eating, tits shit. Now I'm thinking about it, and that means that we can't even get out of 4-2, because I'm trying to get everything out of it. Yeah, I'm not gonna even try on 4-2. I'm just gonna run and hope it works. When I start paying... Oh, thank you. When I start paying attention to it, it just makes it so that, by trying to get absolutely everything out of it, I'm throwing away what I know already works. And what won't get everything, but it'll keep us running. Fucking shit. I didn't spend that much lev. You don't know. Goddamn developers. It's their fault. Yeah, I run best when I'm not paying attention to it. When I'm not thinking about it. Not worried about it, not trying to extract the most. Just doing what I do, like I do, when I do what I do, how you do. How do you do that voodoo that you do? How you do that voodoo that you do. Another 7-9, a low 7-9 too. That was 7-9-1. Alright, 5-6, or 4-6. Nothing to it. Because we're just doing a safe method, like that. Whoa! Whoa! Nothing to it, because we did the safe method. It came in slower because of how much having to save my safe method that it required. And pop, and then slow down. Is that usually there? Doesn't feel like that's usually there. A downward laser. It's just in my way. Okay, that was impossible. 4-1's in a real, like, mood here, where it's... The beginning is going to be incredibly kind. Nothing's going to get in your way, you're going to get however much speed you want. And then the end is going to be a complete fucking wall, and there's just no way through at all. Even there. I didn't have enough lev to get out anyway by that point, but... Big mood. Okay. Started 8-3. Fuck. If that last one would... It's always the last one. It's always the last fucking jump on 4-2. Sub 8. We started with the 7995. There we go. There's a nice sub 12 for us. This one started slow, and then the middle was slow, and then the ending was fine. Okay, we're 1/10 of a second ahead. So apparently I had a pretty good run up to this point in PB. Uh-oh. Made it work. Pop. Slow it down. Bring it across. Okay. Even when I make the connection, the game finds a way to kill me. Just throw me to the ground. Too slow. Trickle-down economics work. Well, I'll tell you why not, actually. And then I'll get my best speedrun. Is that what you're trying to do, Elgavo? Get him ranting about some shit, then we'll get some real speedrunning going. Surprised we didn't, like, set the world record while I was, you know, talking about the meaning of life and... all the Zen philosophy shit. Like, how is it that I didn't set an unbeatable world record at that moment? And then just, like, keep going. I get to the end of World 4 and I'm just on a roll and talking and I forget to stop the level and I just keep going. We set world records in all of the worlds. Okay. Would you mind terribly if the level could start? I don't mind if I get killed by a laser. I mean, I do. 8 trucks into the level, but, like, if I can't get the first 2 jumps to come off, then that's gonna be a whole nother level of temper tantrum I'm gonna have. Not enough left to do it that way. Miska Kirkala, 0.1% of the population having 50% of the wealth is perfectly reasonable. Wait, what's been happening in chat? You can just slam your head against a wall multiple times and then you'll have the capacity to PB, I presume. Another man converted to the truth, have done my job, 0.1%. Catching up to a lot of chat. Not, you know, chat likes to, in my live stream, likes to not move for 20 minutes and then entire pages will jump. You're like, what am I missing? Wait, what did you guys do? Hmm? You planning something? I need to read your notes. Some kind of bank heist if I scroll up. Fuck. So I probably shouldn't say this because it will ruin your experience of my live stream forever, but my experience of my live stream is ruined, so I want to share it. If you can't notice it, what happens with Clustertruck encoding, and maybe with all games, and it's just visible in Clustertruck because I'm going so fast, is that OBS will give us 60 frames per second, smooth and buttery and beautiful for like a second and a half. Well, for longer than that, maybe like 3 seconds. Or as much as 5 seconds, let's say. And then we get this kind of jagged, torn... It's like 48 probably average frames per second, but it's like there's randomly doubled frames for a little while where it didn't grab the frames consistently, and then it'll do that for like 3 to 5 seconds, and then it'll snap back to perfect 60 frame per second. Can you see that? Can you tell? Am I not actually blowing anyone's mind, and you've been aware of that for a while? It's like I have been working with OBS for years, and that situation has been a constant. And I think maybe you have to just overpower it with hardware, and I've never overpowered it that much with hardware. Like the big streamers, they've all got like, you know, massive fucking rigs, thousands of dollars, $3,000 fucking computers, $3,000 just for the graphics card, and then the computers. Maybe that's how they get OBS to not do this, but it's not like a new thing in this particular build of this computer. It's something that every time I have to reinstall things, I see it, and I spend a while trying to defeat it, and at the end, I can never remember did I ever defeat it, or did I just get used to it and accept it, because there's no way of... I don't know. Miss Kella says, I'm used to watching 25 frames per second San Andreas speedruns. I am numb to the viewing experience. I'm used to bad ping being on the wrong side of the world, so I always assume any problems are at my end. Well, there's something wrong with this, and it's subtle enough to where I have always thought that I'm the only one who's cares or can, you know, see it or something, but if you slow down my recordings and look at them frame by frame, you will see butterscotch smooth FPS for 5 to 6 seconds, and then it'll start duplicating frames inconsistently. So you end up with this very jagged, torn kind of viewing experience where it's not that it's dropped to 30 or something like that. It's just across a second, maybe 8 frames get duplicated. And so you get 52 unique frames, and somewhere randomly in there, you get 8 of them that are just copies. And it just gives this stuttering feeling. Frame dupe glitch? Real life dupe to save time? It's saving time actually encoding my live stream correctly. Maybe OBS is just on a speedrun. Maybe the developers of OBS are just trying to speedrun making a functioning software application, and that's why it's not particularly good, but it does get the job done. It wasn't enjoyable. Like, what's the nature of a speedrun? Well, it wasn't enjoyable to play, but it was impressive. There's OBS for you. Not enjoyable to use, but impressive, I guess. God damn. They were all in the middle, and I steered to the middle. I don't know why I did that. I saw you coming, but I don't think that I could have survived going right either. And that didn't work. I guess if it's all fucked up at the front, then I should, unless I see a gap on the right where I know I can get out, I should aim for the front truck, because that'll be fastest. You know, so if it's just all jacked up and I can't see a way through and it's just a Hail Mary attempt, then my Hail Mary attempt should go for landing on the front truck. In the end there. Nova Prospect? What if we crammed 60 frames into 4? It would be so efficient. It would be so efficient. You're not thinking like our government overlords taught us. It's 50%. You guys are really, you're doing something with the government in chat. Planning an overthrow, maybe? I don't know. I didn't see, officer. I was too busy speedrunning, so I can't say. I don't. Can't say what I did or didn't see, honestly. God damn it. I can't keep living my life like this. 4-2 is not hard, and I keep giving it up to 4-2. So what's the problem here? That was high, but that was good and low, and it put me in a space in the middle. So, like, getting good and low can screw you over. Can put you into an unlandable space. By the way, 4-2, what an incredibly, like, disposable... you see, if I would have gone for the front truck like I'm supposed to. What an incredibly disposable level in this game, too. Like, no one has ever struggled on 4-2. Like, I don't care, it's not about the speed run. You put a 4-year-old in front of the keyboard and the mouse, they will get to the end of 4-2. Is this your first time interacting with a computer? Don't worry, we'll have you run 4-2. Press W, press space occasionally, and you did it. Yeah, like, the only way that you lose 4-2 is like this. And, yeah, there you go. But, like, I'm gonna do it slow. 3, 2, 1, up 4, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm touching every truck. 2, 1. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It got me! By the end of it, if you touch every single truck. and you're supposed to, that's after, that level is after this level. That level is after this level in the game. Just so we're clear, this level. After they expect you to have cleared this level, you're supposed to have a struggle on 4-2. I'm just saying. But it's actually genius design, because the fact that it is no challenge whatsoever makes you want to go as fast as you possibly can on it. And the fact that it's just a bunch of trucks in a line tempts you into, you know, trying to go as fast as you can and getting yourself killed and feeling like a big damn idiot because you just took a level with no challenge in it and managed to get yourself killed by it. Why would you do that? Why would you lev at all? You had a pattern, it was working. It didn't look like you needed to lev, and yet you leved. What is wrong with you? 10-1. 10-1 out of that method. Suck on these chocolate salty balls. I'm sorry, these vanilla salted balls. Can you guys hear the ice cream truck in the background? Not good. Very slow. Hop. Slow down a little. Is it because I had more air? Why is it that I run into that sometimes? Is it because I was slow? And actually, if I'm here faster, yeah, it's because I was slow. And being there faster gets you in. So if I'm going slow, I gotta be super careful about that vertical blocker. Yeah, can you hear the ice cream truck? We got the guy who
let's drink until our hearts stop.
The guy who drives the truck lives nearby, so you can, I think, you can see the truck just parked, sitting there, waiting to come out and psychologically scar anybody who's nearby. Man, that music, though, I guess what you do is you're wearing your own earbuds and they're playing like some fucking raucous metal, just horrible shit. Just something that covers over, because otherwise you would go insane. You know, I'm surprised there aren't more reports of, 13 children were shot to death by a disturbed ice cream delivery man. Maybe there's probably laws about if you're gonna have a ice cream truck business, you're not allowed to own an automatic weapon. And if there aren't laws like that, there need to be. No Mac 10 for you if you're driving a truck that does da-da-da-da-da-da-da all day long. No, sir. Business license denied. That was not good. And that was even worse. So just a super slow clear of this level is the way that it started. Okay. See my feed. Pop. Click the button, please. I'm having trouble remembering what my methods are. Oh shit. That I haven't had that all day. I haven't had that since we began, really. I've gotten such a bad jump off of it. You saw me like struggling to figure out what is it that where's the movement at the beginning. Ice truck drivers should be allowed one legal slap a day on an unruly, annoying child. Seems reasonable. I mean, whatever is required to keep them from going on the killing spree, we all know that they want to. That was slow as balls, and yet it looked very nice. Sometimes it looks nice. God damn it. I didn't judge how many jumps I needed to take correctly. Ah, I didn't see you. You blended in with one that was crossing the other direction. Fuck. Yes, sir. Tornado. Wow, that was a really low jump, and then it didn't matter because the next one was a fucking ghost hover magic pop nobody wanted. I would use that as... If we let them pour a little out every day, they won't flow over, right? Me personally, I would use that as a loophole to track down a specific child I heavily dislike each day and slap it. Well, there's gotta be a reason you dislike the child, right? It probably has it coming. Especially if some ice cream truck driver is gonna waste their time tracking just that kid down every day. And that kid's probably a shitty kid. Even the parents are like, yeah, what can you do? Kid comes home, the ice cream truck driver slapped me for the 3rd day in a row. And they're like, well, maybe you should fucking clean your room, you little shit. Lose some weight, Timmy! I love it when people, when there's like cartoons and stuff, American Dad does it a lot, where they just like, they say horrible things to children. You can get away with so much of that in animation because, of course, the actors don't have to be in the same room at any given time, so the actor who played Little Timmy doesn't need to know that somebody said, you know, that horrible thing to their character until the show comes out and they watch it back, but... There's no potential for scarring the actual child. Ah. Most of the Mr. Softy drivers are foreigners trying to make a living. I wouldn't really be able to judge because I live in Hamtramck, or, you know, just north of Hamtramck anyway, in Detroit. And, everyone in Hamtramck is a quote-unquote foreigner. Everybody... Everybody is a 1st or 2nd generation, or 0th generation, if that's a thing. Something from, like, near a transcontinental line. And it might be, Eurasia, and it might be Eurafrica. But it's definitely not my America. That's why we need to get these brown people out of here. Really liking the transcontinental lines lately. Well, yeah, since we had that conversation, now I'm thinking about them. Because Russia is in 2 fucking continents, you know? And so's Georgia. Not the state, but the nation state. Istanbul is a transcontinental city. So Turkey is a transcontinental nation as well. It exists in 2 different nations. Usually because there's like a river and there's like a little chunk of land that technically is considered part of that nation, but the river marks the continent for by most people's reckoning. It's usually how that comes to be, but for Istanbul to be a transcontinental city is pretty cool. Gives you an extra reason to want to go to Istanbul, you know? Not Constantinople, but Istanbul. I think I could have leved that right and got out. As an Eastern European immigrating to Canada soon, I fully support this message. What was it? Need to get these brown people out? Wait, what message did you like? Because Canada is not going to... If you agreed with any of the things that I said recently, you can't enter Canada for at least, like, 3 months. That's a rule. That is a rule. You think I wouldn't be in Canada if I were allowed to say things in Canada? I'm 6 miles from Canada right now. You think I'd stay in America if they would let me in? I could disappear, you know? Cross the border, drive to fucking Montreal, walk around, pretending my name was French, and that's it. Never see me again. Eventually, I'd get healthcare just as an accident. They'd be like, "Who are you?" And I'd be like, "I am Jacques." "Oh! Why do you not have healthcare? Here, have some of mine." Why did they turn Mediterranean all of a sudden at the end there? "Have some of mine." I'm a Frenchman. It's like, I'm waiting until January, so it is a few months. Okay. It's like when you open Instagram comments and it's people spamming Turkish flags from their apartment in Berlin. First I would have to open Instagram, though, so that never happens. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not... I don't share that experience. I wonder how much of, like, the just normal lived experience for people that I'm not tuned into at all at this point, you know? I did Twitter for a while. I said in this, I've never done Facebook. I did Twitter for a while, and then I left, and then I came back, and then I left again. And now I don't open Twitter unless it's, like, a very specific, like, this is the only way that I can reasonably communicate with these fucking jackasses who don't have a functioning customer service department. So I have to get on fucking Twitter. But I'm completely gone there now. And the fact that I've been on Twitter and then left Twitter and then come back to Twitter and then left Twitter again, I think that's exactly the default Twitter experience. So I know what that's about. Never used Facebook. All my friends used, well, I don't know if all my friends, like, it seems like there's a lot of Facebook activity from my group of friends, and I've just never, nope, I refuse to be involved in that shit. So I miss out on a lot of that, but, like, what else am I missing out on? Instagram, TikTok, is TikTok legal still? What, I heard, you know, Lady Pawn was using TikTok pretty a lot for a while. So she was following closely the you know, whether or not they're gonna ban TikTok or force it to be sold to an American or something like that. But yeah, I didn't do TikTok. You know, YouTube, Twitch, that's it. And honestly, I don't even do Twitch. I don't know, like, the experience that all you have watching me is an experience I would love to have. But I can't find anybody on this fucking platform who's worth watching. I'm sorry. I have found various people at various times who I was like, okay, I could do this a little bit. Brutal Moose has some pretty chill live streams, but they are, like, so chill that they're not really a form of entertainment. You know, that's my problem, is that it's just... There are two kinds of Twitch. And one is you're manipulating the audience, you know, encouraging parasocial relationships and shit like that. And the other one is usually because you have a platform somewhere else, right? And you're coming to Twitch, and you think of it as just like a hangout place, where your audience from another platform can come and have a special interaction with you, where, you know, that kind of a thing. And that is also a little bit parasocial, but like when it's laid back and chilled like Brutal Moose, my problem is it's not really a form of entertainment though. You know? You're not trying. There's not a lot of trying going on. There's not a lot of swinging. And so it really does have that vibe of just hanging out with someone, and if that's what you're looking for, then cool. Apparently I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for I'm looking for someone who's, you know, I don't expect them to be on the way that they'd be on if they were writing a script. I don't, you know, performing something that you record for YouTube and have the chance to edit and really curate and make the best experience kind of thing. But I expect a certain amount of, like, I'm an entertainer, and I'm going to be on. And that doesn't really exist on Twitch. I don't find that on Twitch whenever I go looking for it. I find a lot of people sitting there with their webcam, not saying a lot, who for some reason have 250 people watching them. Or I find people who are just, they've got thousands of people watching them, but it's because they're manipulating an audience, or it's because they've got the audience came from somewhere else. They are not doing their best work right here. Twitch is sloppy seconds more often than not. Does all this parasocial talk mean I'm not invited to your cookouts? I mean, we're so poor that if you'll bring the meat... See? I'm on. I'm not necessarily on like I'd be if I were, but I'm on to some extent. I'm making jokes. I'm cracking wise. I'm trying to fill the empty gaps, you know? I don't just sit here. Like, here's what most live streams are like. Ready? Yeah, no, me too. Yeah. El Gavo. Yeah. I don't know, like Tuesday maybe we'll do that? I've been thinking about it. This is what you people watch on fucking Twitch. Don't you feel, when I turn off and you just have to like experience what Twitch is like, don't you just realize how much shittier Twitch is than when you come into this room particularly? People talking to chat without even like reading out what the context is in case somebody's, you know, not watching what's going on in chat, and it's bad. It's most of it. I'm sure there are some havens. I'm one of them, in my opinion, anyway. Obviously, in my opinion. But yeah, I have trouble finding anything that's worth watching on this platform, and so I wish. I mean, that said, I don't watch my own live streams back when I'm done with them. I make them walk away.
More boobies and shorts.
That would get the audience out. What am I doing? Apparently something like this. Yeah, no, you're throwing away the good run you were on. 1.3 seconds ahead, too. See, 99% accurate Snake or AJ or Emily or Noah stream. Well, you know, and that's the thing, is like, speedrunners are allowed, because you're not entertainers, you're not trying to do, but like, there's people fucking on this platform who make a living on this platform, who spend most of the time sitting there not saying anything, or, you know, the only time that they'd really open their mouth is to make sure that every person who comes in gets greeted and made to feel a little bit special, but they're not offering any form of genuine entertainment. There's no performance being done. They're just, I'm doing the thing that you do at home and am attractive and generally likable. So, can I have money now? And apparently the fucking answer is yes, that's all we wanted, and it's not enough. It's not enough. Not enough for me. I want to know that you're swinging. Well. Swing the bat at the ball. I should really always aim to hit, like, to be touching the front left corner of that truck. If I were to make that a rule and hold myself to it, then I would never miss the truck. However, I might end up running face first into the column where the laser beams are. But I might not. So I should give that a try. Bikini squats in 5 minutes. I did it again. I should have been... If I don't see a way through, then I need to be trying to just land a truck and build speed. Unless there's like a wide opening that I'm going to take instead, that's what I need to be doing. It's just that movement. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, you were on both sides, huh? Nope. Slam to a stop. Alright, let's go out here and see if this helps. I mean, some of these I'm just throwing away by moving like a dipshit. I think we're gonna like, I went, before we had our first live stream break, I'm pretty sure I went for like 3 hours. So I think we're going to end early this stream. And just not have another live stream break. Fuck with the off, though. With that. Did you hear me? Did you hear me touch the... I heard me. I heard the clap of me touching the truck, and then I didn't have a jump anyway. I feel like I've been having more energy in all the ways, physically and mentally, since I've started my aripiprazole regimen. For the uninitiated, which is no one, I'm sure, I have myalgic encephalomyelitis, aka chronic fatigue syndrome. I have been taking low-dose naltrexone for years now. For that condition, and it was the thing that got me out of the hole and made it possible for me to have enough breath to even start thinking about live streaming again. And very careful protection of the energy that I do have. Oh good, lasers that pop in out of nowhere. I could totally have planned for that. Careful protection of the energy that I do have is what got me to the point where I can be here talking for 6-7 hours straight, where I can have these shrieking anger emotional out, like I have almost normal, you know, normal energy capacity so long as I am flat. If I stand upright, then I lose a lot. Like, I can't be upright for more than maybe 15 minutes at this point. I always used to say 12, but as good as I've been feeling lately, it might just be 15 now. But that's my situation. Fuck. And, I started taking a new medication recently called aripiprazole, which is also known, the retail name is Abilify, and it is an antipsychotic, if you look it up. But taken in low doses for people who have specifically my disease, it has shown great results. Fuck. Mainly at improving sort of mental, intellectual, like brain energy kind of stuff. Fuck, did you see how much I slowed down? At multiple points I pulled off because I was going so fucking fast. I was killing it there. And I suspect the mechanic behind both low-dose naltrexone and aripiprazole is just anti-inflammatory in the brain. It has been observed quite clearly by a number of different research methods and a number of different research teams that in this disease you have reduced blood flow to the brain upon standing, and you see, I'm going to reset that just in case it turns into something. I don't want somebody to have to moderate that and try and figure out when it started. We have reduced delivery of blood flow to the brain when standing. Significant, by the way. Not just like the 6 or 7% that a healthy person loses. We're talking up to 30-40% of blood flow is diminished over time. But also inflammation. Inflammation, most notable in the pons region of the brain stem, which is responsible for autonomic functions of the body, so automatic breathing, managing your hormones, that sort of a thing, your body's temperature, these things that are regulated by the brain stem. And so I suspect low-dose naltrexone and low-dose aripiprazole both just act as anti-inflammatories in the brain. And since I started taking aripiprazole, which currently I'm at a point... Fucking... God damn it. I didn't press those fucking buttons. I did. I just didn't mean to. I'm currently at a 0.165 milligram dose. And there's no way that I can be that accurate when I actually administer, when I take it at 0.165, but that's about what it should be. I figured out that one draw from my dropper out of this diluted mixture of aripiprazole that I've made should be about 0.83 milligrams. And after having tried that 0.83 for 3 days, I doubled it to 0.165. And tomorrow will be the first day where I'm going to triple it to whatever that is. 0.83 times 3, so it's a 9, and it's a 24, 249? 0.25 is what it'll end up being then, huh? Around a quarter of a milligram? I'll be at that point. But I've been keeping a diary of how I've been doing on the stuff. I'm glad you get to feel any type of improvement. I appreciate that we get to enjoy your energy. I've been keeping a diary, and across that diary I can, see, number one, the side effects that I have had coming onto the drug. And I can also see how much more activity that I have been able to take place, that I have taken a part in because I felt like I could. And just to be clear, I am incredibly protective of my energy levels. And even when it feels like I could keep standing up for longer, I don't. because this disease, the way that it works, the effects, if you're going to get punished for having overdone it, it's not going to be today. It's not going to be when you did it. It's going to be 18 to 36 hours later is when it usually comes along and gets you. So I am super, super protective. And even within my, protective buffer, I can see that I've been doing more things and not being punished for them. That said, one of the things that I have to keep in mind is that the aripiprazole might just be masking problems. And that's not really possible with the neurological scope of, with how things are going right now. But I have to be aware of it. I have to worry about that possibility that that I could end up doing more because I think I can get away with it, but I can't really get away with it, and it'll just take longer for it to build up on me, and then it's going to be even worse when it does snap back, kind of a thing. So I'm aware of that, and I'm watching out for it. And within that, I can observe that there have been end-of-the-day allergy symptoms, but I think that's because this is the time of year when I'm having allergies. But it could also be that my aripiprazole is, I'm spending energy throughout the day, and then I get to the end of the day, and my body starts doing some weird shit because it's confused or something. I don't know. But I'm being very careful. I'm monitoring everything, and I think I'm making gains on the aripiprazole, which would be in keeping with what most of the ME/CFS community has observed using aripiprazole. And I am keeping this diary for the sake of being able to share it at some point. God damn it. The only place on Reddit that doesn't completely suck in terms of, being able to just come in and write something, share what you wanted to share, and not have to run into, a moderator who's like, well, I'm not sure if that's in keeping with the tone or spirit, some jackass who's gonna censor you. The one place that's been okay on Reddit is r/CFS. Where the community around this disease gathers. So I will plan to share my diary there when it's ready. When I've gotten to a point with the drug where I know exactly how much of it I'm taking and not going to take any more, kind of a thing. Just gonna share my experience before I know what I'm talking about. Hey, you them. Okay. Not good. Not bad, though. That little sock catch wasn't helpful. Pop. What? Are you fucking kidding me? I was running off I was here and running here. And it still wasn't fucking. I still got caught by it. Eat shit and die. I could probably improve that situation so that it happens less by reducing our frame rate to 90, because the speed of the lasers on that level are controlled by the frame rate, and if it's just barely getting into my way sometimes, then going back to 90 might solve it all. Let's try it. And then put a couple more runs in and call it a day, because we've been here long enough. How long we been recording? 5 hours. Alright, I've patched the game with our mod. And I'm restarting it now. It's just easier to run when the frame rate is more fluid, and going down to 90 on a 100 frame per second monitor doesn't help me any. But it might, in terms of 4.8. Yeah, that's higher when we come through, and then you go under like that, and then you come through like that. Wow, this is so much easier at 90 frames per second. That just felt natural and normal. Yeah, that's going to be a lot easier. How it's going to affect the rest of my running, who's to say, and how it affects the rest of the visuals of the live stream. There's less frames overall for everybody. You guys tell me. We're trying to capture 60 per second, and there's 90, which means, I mean, it's not necessarily like a divisible rate, and that would probably be best. I wonder if there's any, like, intelligent work that gets done in trying to grab a good frame when you're working from, you know, the frame rate is 60 frames per second, but the base that we're pulling from is 90, so we want to pull frames in a certain, like, is there anything that can be done to improve that situation? And more so, when you've got a properly doubled frame rate, is there anything that can be done to try and make sure that you're pulling all even or all odd frames? You know, if you're like 50 frames per second, 120 frames per second, and we're trying to record 60 of them. Is there any work that OBS or that any media software does or can do to help that situation? Does FPS affect all the lasers or just that level? Just that level in terms of their speed of movement. Yeah, that's the only level where it changes something. I think there might be other effects. But nothing visual. Like, I almost wonder if there's like 4.5 also has moving lasers. Some of those moving lasers are invisible. So, what's going on with those lasers? Because they don't necessarily seem in sync with what you can see when you watch some, you know, when you do a certain method. There's a certain method that I do, that I learned from watching Emily, that, it's like, this shouldn't work. I should be running into a laser right now, but I'm not. Okay, how we doing? We're behind. A lot. Wow, I didn't... Wow, okay. Are we, though? Yep. Damn it. I can't believe I still made that work somehow. But I can certainly visually tell the difference between what I'm seeing and what we were getting before. And there are occasional, like, stutters even, I feel like, where the game like drops 3 frames or something like that. I don't know. For the sake of 4.8, we'll run at 90 and I will get used to it. Thank you. Try and get low and stupid fast? Yeah, I'm gonna try and get stupid low and stupid fast. The stupid fastest stays really tight to the trucks, but then... God damn it. Let me out. One more good run, and then I'm gonna consider shutting the live stream down. Let's get to 5.8 once. Thank you. God damn it. Lasers either kill me or they deflect me in such a way as I lose all the speed anyway. Wow. Fuck. Let me out of fucking 4-1. Thank you. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. God damn it. 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 Hooray! Alright, we're out. I would estimate that to be like 30? 30 attempts before we managed to exit that time? Fuck. And then this happens, and we have to go back. Let's count them. Alright, that was too slow, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay. Curses. I have to come back. There's no way to clear the level if I didn't come back. What? How is... Do you get sucked into the lasers when you get near to them? Did you see how hard I was turned away from them to make sure that I wouldn't get sucked into the lasers? 1. Okay, hey. There's 1 or 2. I might have reset and not counted it because I wasn't thinking about it. Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah. Just simple jumps. Oh, god damn it! It's way too close to the lasers. I am not comfortable. And for all that work and all that stress, I'm only 0.8 seconds ahead coming into the middle. Good god. God damn it! That was gonna be super fucking fast. Wow, 1. Beautiful. I'll take an 11.7. I'll take anything sub 12. Okay, 2, and then off of you, and then we 3 levs out. Oof, that was close. And it was a slow one, too. Oh, God. Good. We followed it up with this. Might as well set up for a mega jump for here for how much time we lost to that shit. Alright, coming to 4.6. It's the easy method. It's supposed to be, you know, safer. God damn it. It will not listen to me when I enter the level. Alright, that kind of sucks. Really kind of sucks. Pop. Oh, what? I don't know, but we're going. Still going. If I can get a crazy 410, we can PB. Nope. 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 Completely lost now. I swear it's just like, it's gonna be down to whether or not you 410 lets you enter, even with a reset, the way that needs to be done, because I'm coming in like totally primed for it, thinking about it, ready for it, and it doesn't matter. It's just like it didn't give it to you that time. Too bad. You know, that's the kind of, alright, it didn't work, but at least we got the attempt that I'm looking for. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, that ain't good. Yeah, I can't spend that much lev either. I need to do it like that. Yeah, it's not quite high enough. And that ain't it. You gotta get the pop. It sends you over to those guys. Then do a lev boost there. One more lev and get a throw that's just fucking insane like this. And come out in a 10-1 from 410. That's what you're looking for. Alright, now that we're in... Now that we're in 90 frames per second mode, and I've been running this for a while, let's bring in this crap method and see if there's something about 90 FPS that makes it better, or but anyway, I gotta start trying this, because this is a big time save, I'm pretty sure. Like, what have I been getting? Now let's check in the first place. What am I getting from doing stuff like this? I can get a 9.6. I can get a 9.4, I'm pretty sure. But if I hit this... Here... I can do a sub 9 quite easily, and I feel like that could have been an 8.5 or something. But it is nasty, and it's a level that frequently refuses to respect that you pressed the reset key as you came in. There's an 8.6. What? What did I do that caused that? Alright, here's a couple in a row. One took... and there you go. Took double levs to make that one happen. And that one didn't get the height that it needed. Double lev. So then I don't lev. And then that's as slow as a 9 too. That's a time that I can get with my other method. Okay, but that's gonna help a lot. For an 8.5. So that's what we gotta go for now. We gotta go for the 4.6. We need that kind of time save. Anything else that I want to upgrade myself to? Could do this. How does this go? Try and skip a little bit of... Skip a little bit of the opening. Save a little time. If I could get this... just to start us off and save like 5 seconds on that, then I wouldn't need anything else. I could walk the rest in with my fucking penis in my pocket. What does that mean? I don't know, but it sounded like something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was so ready to say 6, like a number of times there, but it did. We didn't die, but we lost so much time. And Lazer's just being in bad places. You writing that one down? Shoot, I could do that with my penis in my pocket! I probably shouldn't count them anymore. It creates a psychological expectation. However, I wouldn't mind it if, like, the software kept count. If I could know at the end, like, how many fucking attempts did it take to get out of 1-1 or 4-1 that time? Just look over and be like, fucking 16? That wasn't even that bad. Fuck you! I was past it. God damn it, there was no way through. Okay. Pretty sure I should have been dead there. Sure we're into the past 15 now. And then that was just bad. Slowed down. Could we make a version of the game where the lasers are just invisible? I can't see them on 4.1. Just for 4.1. And then I would just run this the same way every time and just be like, well, looks like we died there to invisible lasers again. And it would just feel better. The fact that, like, on some of these runs, maybe I could have, you know, made a switch or changed to the other side or something like that. It's just, it's a psychological fucking torture. Fuck! Blindfolded run win? You know? You know? Not a bad idea. Fuck you, cocksucking bitch tits shit! I think it could be fun to try running it blindfolded. If you just jump! You know, and just make sure that we keep count of what level we're on. And then just try and remember where everything is. I have certainly been running this long enough that that should be possible. I've got thousands of hours in the game. I'm sure I can remember. God! It really does. It fucking sucks me toward the fucking danger. I'm turning so fucking hard away from it to stop moving in that direction. There's a sub-8 to start. Ah! Cool. Yeah, we definitely need to wrap this up, but I wanted one more good run. And I still want that. I still would like one more good run. Wow. Damn it. Double tap the lev there, so that's gonna screw me up later. I saved it elsewhere. The lev aside for later in another level. Okay, how bad are we? A second? Is it just a straight second? Looks like 1 second behind. Okay. Let's just try and get to 4.8, and then I can call it a live stream. Oh, I didn't do it. Fuck! And then my supposedly safer method. So you gotta go, and then you die right there. And then you die right there. Wow. Alright, fuck it. It's almost a full second slower than we want it to be, but fuck it. I can't have that in 4.2 if I accept that in 4.1 though. Okay, a lot of magically appearing lasers. Appearing and disappearing at the end of that run. God damn it, just stop it. Stop fucking with the sock catching fucking bullshit. I got lasers here. One source of bullshit have to reset shit is enough. Okay. Came out of nowhere. Nope. Just never getting through on that one. What? What killed me? Anybody see anything? Cool. Cool. I would love invisible lasers. But they can't just some of them be invisible. Take away the psychological torture at work here. And then you work for all that time waiting for a run, and then it's 8.7 is what you end up taking through. Like, it's disgusting. I guess I'll accept that because you wore me the fuck down. Not giving me anything truly viable. Whoa. Okay. In the middle, we are down. Is it 0.8 or 0.6? I can't tell. It's in red. I'm wearing green glasses. Green glasses filters red very well. Cool. And you know what that was down to? It's because you get a different fucking little hop level load into this level every goddamn time, so how can you possibly expect to not just lose it to the hop was wrong? Bad routing. Maybe if you go slower with it, maybe that's the key, is that if you run it like it's the other version that only pulls in a 9.2 or a 9.4, then maybe it can be consistent. So long as you make it not worth it to even bother going for. Maybe that's the trick. Again, just killed out of nowhere from nothing. No way through, even if I was like trying to read and dodge. Yeah, at this point I'm trying to not read. Just do my jumps, ignore the lasers, get the speed. If they fuck me, they fuck me. Get this fucking bullshit, man. I can't get out of the fucking level at all unless I accept a fucking 9-second time. That was never gonna let me through. That at least let me get to the end. Let me put as much effort into the level as I possibly could have before deciding to kill me. Oh my god! How did I get through there? I don't know, but Considering how bad the opening was to this level, I don't know if it matters. Fucking cocksucker! It's so hard to get just a run going that you just gotta accept that and run on the fucking cocksucker. What do we got here? We're a full second behind. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Nope. Just didn't get a good start. Just can't get in here without the level giving me weird shakes and shit. When you're coming in from outside, I like intentionally waited until I was in the level and then I reset to still try and get something that was like repeatable, and it still just isn't there. Just bad routing. But that we need to pull the time back. Because even if I get the miracle 410, which really is a fucking miracle too. That's also bad routing. It's only gonna save us like 2 seconds. Right? What is it coming with? Like a 10.5? And we exit with a 12.2. So less than 2 seconds we get from that. So we gotta be carrying more speed than that when we get to the end. So we gotta start with a low 8. Gotta get a good run through here. A sub 12, and that wasn't. And then we gotta slam to just dead fucking stop halt. Yeah, my standards would need to be low 8 at least through here. Followed by low 12 at least in the next, in 4.2. And then 4.3, I'm not even going to think about times, because that's just a set of method you just got to pull it off. 4.4, again, don't even have to think about time, it's you either get it or you don't. God damn it. 4.5 is not something you need to think about in terms of time. 4.6, we need a sub 9. Need a low 8, and that wasn't it. 4.7. Where's 4.7? Oh, 4.7 is just a method. Don't have to think about time there. Okay, there's our sub 12. That's not good. I got a weird hop, which is only gonna slow us here. Remember when I said it's a method, you either get it or you don't? That was not getting it. And then 4.5. How much does that put us behind? Way too fucking much. 1.5 seconds or something? I can't read it because it's in fucking red. Here we go. Click the button. Nope. Killed by a laser that I was definitely underneath, but, you know. That's gonna be that level. It's always gonna be that level. Okay, 8.5 is not a low 8, but I'm still running on it. There's a sub 12. We didn't get a weird throw in 4.3, so I can run it normal. Can you though? And we're into 4.5. Just a little bit down, I can't tell, but it's not got a 1 in front of it, so... Oh, that was very late. Good. We got the sub 9 out of there. Yeah! Fucker! That's the end of the live stream, everybody. That's the end. Crash the fucking game to get rid of it. Oh my fucking god, that is... I am never listening to any of you again when it comes to what world do we want to do next? Fucking Lazer. Bunch of assholes, all of you. All of you who voted for Lazer, you did this to me. You knew what you were fucking doing. Hey, why don't you run a level where the beginning of the segment is fucking random whether or not you get to run you just be in there 30, 40, 50 fucking times before it lets you go, and then you go and you fucking die on the next thing. You motherfuckers. I didn't know it would be this awful, says Don John. Well, it's your fault, anyway. I'm holding you accountable. You should have known. You shouldn't have spoken! I am the Ronin pawn. That's not the right. This is the fuck off live stream. I am the Ronin pawn, and we will continue grinding this horrific shithole of a fucking level until we get down to, until there's a respectable time, until I can see that there's some skill built for it. Managed to get 4.6. Yeah, at the end there, so that's why I'm calling this a, you know, that was a good run in big fucking quotes, and then walking into the next level, just get a weird start to it, and there's nothing to be done now. Run dead. Weird little bump. This world that loves to give you weird little bumps. 45 FPS next time? The mod doesn't allow you to set it that low. Sadly. Mod has us just at 90 or higher. I wonder if we should allow it to. We would have to, the base would be 60 actually, because they've been talking about in category extensions not allowing submissions lower than 60 because they've got these weird categories where it actually behooves you to be at like 12 frames per second, and then throw yourself at a wall to get the fastest time in death percent. Anyway, that's it, and we will continue grinding this fucking hellscape. It's gonna be horrific, but you keep showing up, and I will continue to remind you of what the single truth of the universe is, in between screaming and temper tantrums. Is that tantrums? Temper tantrums. There we go. Yeah, I may have been live streaming a little bit long. I'm gonna leave now. Pawn! Ow!